Mon Parlement,
My planet.
My Parliament, my planet.
notre devenir.
IPU, 135 years of democracy for everyone. The IPU was founded on 30th June 1889 by a small group of visionary parliamentarians who believed that parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy were a better way of settling differences than war.
La vision des pères fondateurs de l'institution est un monde épris de paix à la suite de dialogues entre des pays et des parties en conflit en vue de la coexistence pacifique des peuples.
My Parliament, my planet.
As we celebrate our 135th anniversary this year on 30th June, our founders will be proud to see that the IPU has grown into a thriving global organization, the Parliament of Parliaments, composed of 180 national parliaments open to all 46,000 parliamentarians in the world.
IPU, 135 years of building hope.
135 years of connection, cooperation, and common prosperity.
Common understanding and solidarity.
IPU, 135 years of building trust between parliamentarians.
Toujours une volonté de trouver une solution, d'aller de l'avant.
Finding common solutions.
بناء الجسور.
Compañerismo.
Solidarity for the peace and security.
Of empowering young parliamentarians.
135 years of promoting democracy.
Peace.
Women's rights.
Giving shape to the voice of humanity.
135 years of pushing and paving way for gender equality in politics.
Building bridges between people.
Anticiper l'avenir.
The Inter-Parliamentary Union, 135 years of enduring dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy.
Happy International Day of Parliamentarism.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. We are about to start now. I would request those of you who are still looking for their seats or have found their seats, please take your seats and we will start in few seconds. Colleagues, I think we can start now. Good morning, everybody, and you're all welcome to Geneva. You're welcome to the place where parliamentarians and the parliaments of the world meet together and discuss issues of mutual interest. I believe you have all traveled well, and Switzerland and Geneva is treating you well. It's so good to see all of you here today. I fully understand, dear colleagues, that you're all very dedicated to the ideals of IPU and what IPU stands for. And I believe in your respective countries you have been trying at all times to make sure those ideals are upheld. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for the commitment that you have to the ideals of IPU, but also the commitment that you have to attend this Governing Council and later the Assembly that we have twice a year. So we are so happy to see all of you, and we look forward to hear from you about what so far you have done in your respective countries in terms of tangible actions that you have taken, but also policy decisions that you have taken, especially on the special accountability segment on the implementation of IPU resolutions and other decisions in the Assembly's agenda. Dear colleagues, as you're all aware, the international geopolitical context has not improved since we last met in March. We're still talking about peace in different places of the world, but of course we also hear the language of war in other places. But as IPU, because at all times we pride ourselves into using parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue in enforcing peace and security. So in this conference as well, I believe we will be able to discuss that as well. So, as usual, our global parliamentary gatherings are the focus of great attention all over the world. And right now, our constituencies, our countries, the people that we represent, all ears and eyes are in Geneva listening to us and wanting to hear what we say about the perils that the world is going through now. And more, we have so many issues, but of course, peace is one of them, and they expect us as their representatives to take charge on this issue. We must increase our efforts tenfold to reverse this negative trend and save peace by working harder for the well-being of our people. Our Assembly this week represents a great opportunity. Let's take advantage of it to foster innovative ideas in the various channels of our exchanges over the next 4 days. Colleagues, you're all aware of how the past assemblies we were unable to come up with any resolution. I am hoping this time we will give ourselves a chance to have a good discussion that is going to inform not just the people that we represent as parliamentarians, but our goal as IPU, but at the same time, take charge of our responsibility as the people who advise our governments and the people who actually make our governments responsible and accountable to the people we represent. Dear colleagues, we have a busy schedule for this 149th Assembly, which once again will be marked by a number of important events that illustrate the dynamism of our institution. As we know only too well, the strength of our organization lies in its ability to unite our efforts and engage on many fronts to find lasting solutions to the major challenges of our time. Facing these challenges is part of our vocation as parliamentarians and is part of the commitment we make to our constituents. May I wish you, all of you, good and fruitful debates in the course of these 4 days that will be here, and I believe we'll be able to deliberate on important matters of concern to the world. That said, colleagues, as it is our custom, I would now welcome the Secretary General to address us for his brief message, and then we will proceed after that. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Madam President. I share those warm words of welcome that you have extended to your colleagues attending this assembly. I would like to use the opportunity to welcome you once again to your home. Geneva is the home of the Mother of Parliaments, the IPU, and we would just want for you to feel at home here. Madam President, as you and I were sitting here, I was watching some video footage that was being displayed on the screens in front of us, and one word caught my attention, and that word was hope. And I said, okay, that is my message to this assembly, hope. We should not lose hope. The world may be in a dire position today, but the fact that you parliamentarians have come here in your numbers, some from as far away as Australia, New Zealand, some close to us here in Europe, all of you have come here because you are united in a common purpose of looking at how the parliamentary community globally can help fix the world that we are living in today. So I just want to urge all of us not to lose hope, not to yield to despair, not to be daunted by the challenges that are facing the world today. You, as representatives of your people, of the peoples of this world, have it within your powers to help fix the problems that we are encountering today in the world. And so it is on that note that I welcome you here and tell you that certainly the people you've left back home will be watching what you do and say during this week. And it would be a matter of disappointment if you did not live up to that expectation. So you are starting your council, which is supposed to help this organization become fit for purpose. And later on, you will go to the Assembly to discuss more political matters and see how the global parliamentary community can contribute to solutions. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. Colleagues, after having heard from our Secretary General, I would like now to request that some of you who will be having an opportunity to address us in the interest of time and also looking at the long agenda that we have and the items on it, to be as brief and concise as possible, but at the same time to also have the courtesy to listen to each other, to understand each other. So on the other hand, we also need to have the accurate record of this meeting that we are having now. So please, when you take the floor, remember at all times to introduce yourself so that the records have your names and country properly. Also, some of you, sometimes you have some emergencies in your countries. You might want to pick up a phone call, and so I would urge you, if you must do that, please, out of courtesy, you step outside and do that, because if we talk on phone inside here, then we will not be able to listen to each other. That said, I thank you for your attention, and now I would like us to proceed to the business of the day. And before you, you have a copy of the provisional agenda of the Governing Council session, which is dated 12th October 2024. And I haven't received any information that anybody would like to add any item to the agenda, so I take it that you have adopted the agenda of this session of the Governing Council. Who is moving? You raise your placard. Who is moving for the adoption of the agenda? Spain and Poland has seconded. The agenda is adopted. Thank you. So we go to item 2 of the agenda, which is the approval of the summary of records of the 213th session of the Governing Council. Under agenda item, under this item, we will proceed to approve, because I understand that you have gone through this record and we haven't received any objections to this record. So, colleagues, do we adopt the summary of the records? New Zealand is moving. UAE and Netherlands are seconding. Thank you very much. So, sorry? Yes. Yeah, thank you. So it is so decided. We go to agenda item number 3. Now, agenda item number 3, usually, colleagues, when we have our assembly in other countries except Switzerland or except Geneva, when we meet here, we usually elect the president of the assembly. So now, on this 149th assembly, because we are meeting here, and so I will serve as your president of the assembly as well. So, do you accept that? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, but as it is a custom, I'm going to also use or need your services to assist me in the course of these 4 days. So I will be sharing this responsibility with some of you, and some of you have already indicated interest, and we are very grateful that you're ready to offer your services to this position. Now we go to item 4, which is the report of the President on what I have done, but also on the activities of the Executive Committee. Okay, colleagues, so I have 2 reports to give to you. The first one will be the activities that I have been able to undertake on your behalf, and the second one will be on the activities of the Executive Committee. So we will begin with the first one. Colleagues, so briefly, on your behalf, I was able to undertake a number of activities, and those are divided into 8 categories. So I won't go into the 8 categories because I will still be going through them. So firstly, I was able to offer support for conflict-affected regions, and on this, I was able to undertake a number of missions, and one of the missions that I undertook on her behalf is visiting or going to Russia. In the context of this visit, I was able to address the BRICS conference that was taking there, the BRICS Parliamentary Forum. Also, I undertook to meet the Speaker of the State Duma, but also the Speaker of the Council of the Russian Federation. On this visit, as you might all know, we have a task force on the war in Ukraine, and this task force has been doing a good job irrespective of the challenges that they go through. And so the visit emanated from my visit to the task force when we met here in March, and the discussions that ensued in that task force necessitate for me to visit Russia and also meet these leaders that I met. So, because you will have this record, I don't have to go through everything. I'm mindful of the time, but just briefly, is that I was able to meet these leaders, and we discussed those issues that we consider important at IPU, but also the decisions that we have already made here at IPU. And in the same context, before I had communicated also to our counterparts in Ukraine, because dialogue, which IPU stands for, requires meeting both sides. So I haven't visited Kiev yet, because when the time that I was supposed to visit Kiev, Mr. Zelensky, His Excellency, the President of Ukraine, and the Speaker, they were in a NATO meeting in the United States, so I couldn't see them. But I am looking forward to meeting them, and at that point, I will be able to prepare a comprehensive report to give guidance to the task force, but at the same time, report to the Executive Committee. So that was done. And also, I was able to do a Middle East diplomatic engagement, dear colleagues. On this one, I visited Egypt. And in Egypt, I was able to meet the Prime Minister of Egypt, but also the Speaker of Egypt, who received us so well. We were able to discuss about mainly 2 things. One of them is peace in the Middle East, but also the pilot IPU office, which is supposed to be established in Egypt. And the Secretary General, I would like to report to you, colleagues, is working closely with the Parliament of Egypt so that they are able to establish this office and it becomes operative. At the same time, the commitments were made that we will keep working together to make sure dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy helps us in achieving peace and security in the Middle East. Thirdly, enhancing parliamentary resilience and innovation. Colleagues, on this, I was able to attend the 40th anniversary of China's National People's Congress affiliation to the IPU, and during our meeting there, we were able to discuss about so many issues, and on your behalf, I met Mr. President Xi Jinping, and we discussed about the role of NPC in the work of IPU, but also we thanked China for the help that is coming through to IPU. So Fourthly, I also worked on the area of promoting youth and gender participation. On this, dear colleagues, we were able to attend the 10th Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians in Yerevan, Armenia. Sorry? Sweden, you have your hand up or you're, okay, thank you. So on the fourth item, promoting youth and gender participation, we were able to address the 10th Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians in Yerevan, Armenia, and we used this opportunity to meet the speaker who is here with us. We're very grateful. And we talked about youth engagement, but also women engagement, and we used this opportunity to congratulate the Parliament of Armenia for the good work that they're doing in youth inclusion in decision-making positions, including in the Parliament. They have a good number of youth in Parliament. So this was done on your behalf, but also while there, we were able to meet the President of Armenia and also the Prime Minister of Armenia, and we discussed issues also relating to peace, because we all understand the tensions that are happening in that region as well. On the same note also of promoting youth and gender participation, I was able to visit Hungary, and while in Hungary I was able to meet the speaker but also the President of Hungary, and we discussed the issues relating to gender inclusivity in Parliament and in other decision-making bodies. As we all understand, Hungary is one of the countries where the representation of women in Parliament is below the world average. So we worked in this area, and I would like to inform you members, during this visit, I was with the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Ms. Cynthia Lopez Castro was with me. And during this time, I also was able to record a video message to the 4th Eurasian Women's Forum on the theme Women for Strengthening Trust and Global Cooperation. Fifthly, fostering global parliamentary diplomacy. On this, dear colleagues, I was able to attend in April. I went to Washington, D.C., and I attended the 2024 Global Parliamentary Forum hosted by the World Bank and the IMF, which focused on global impact of climate change on development and provided valuable insight and knowledge. And on your behalf, I was given a chance to speak, and we shared with them what we stand for. But also in July, we were in New York. While there, I participated in the Parliamentary Forum at the United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. And you all know, as IPU, we have been following on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and our committee is doing a good job in this respect. But we all know that as parliamentarians, we have to keep working with our countries, advising them so that they are able to implement the Sustainable Development Goals before 2030, and we all understand we are lagging behind. So during this visit, during this meeting, we were able to discuss the challenges that countries go through, especially those that we have at IPU. Also, fostering global parliamentary diplomacy. Dear colleagues, in September, I was able to address the 79th United Nations General Assembly, and which was actually about the Summit of the Future, and we know this results into the adoption of the Pact of the Future. So we were there and we spoke on your behalf, and we also made a commitment of our readiness to work closely with the United Nations. And here our United Nations Committee is doing also a very good job. The sixth item is addressing urgent global issues. On this one, dear colleagues, in May 2024, I participated in a ministerial panel at the International Conference of Nuclear Security Icons 2024 in Vienna, Austria. The panel discussed about nuclear use, non-proliferation and disarmament. This was very important, especially in the context of what we stand for, peace and security. And in the course of this assembly, we will be hearing from the special envoy who is going to talk to us about land mines. So the IPU was invited for the first time as an observer to the ICONS meeting, and it was very important to be there and to be part of the panel, as you can see in the picture. So I also used this opportunity to meet the Speaker of the Austrian Parliament, which is the National Council, Mr. Wolfgang Sobotka, to discuss key issues. And we were able also in the September this year to deliver a video message for the International Day of Peace and International Day of Democracy, highlighting the importance of peace, security, and democracy in parliaments. Dear colleagues, the seventh item is strengthening parliamentary cooperation. On this one, your IPU Executive Committee met in the historic state of Zanzibar, and on this one, we were able to discuss a number of issues that you have given us the mandate, and some of which we will be reporting to you today. So, colleagues, this is what we have been able to do in the course of time. And also, on your behalf, I visited Angola and India, and in Angola, I was able to address the 55th Plenary Assembly of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, and I also shared the views that IPU stands for. I was also able to visit New Delhi, India, and the Speaker received us, the Speaker of Lok Sabha, who I believe is here or will be here with us also, and I also met the President, Madame Mumu, and we discussed the cooperation that exists between ourselves and India. And during this time, dear colleagues, I would like to inform you just briefly, we were informed that actually India has a very good program under PRIDE, and this center, it's an excellency center for training for parliamentarians, but also for parliamentary staff. So members of IPU can use those facilities that are at our colleagues' parliament in India. Also, again, strengthening parliamentary cooperation, I was able to visit Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates, and on this, I was able to meet Speaker Gobash, who is the Speaker of the Federal National Council, and we discussed about all the issues that IPU stands for, especially the peace and security in the Middle East. We also talked about the empowerment of women and fostering innovation. So that was also done on your behalf, dear colleagues. Also, the last issue, the last topic that we were able to work on your behalf is digital transformation and artificial intelligence. Dear colleagues, in September 2024, I participated in the 22nd speakers meeting of the G7 countries in Verona, Italy, where I had the opportunity to address the meeting of these speakers on AI and the role of parliaments in digital transformation. And I also was able to report that in the course of this assembly, dear colleagues, we will be able to discuss the draft resolution on AI. And our rapporteurs are in the House, so we thank them for the good work. But also our committee on science and technology, which is working closely with them. And I was able to meet the speakers who attended there, and we had a chance to talk to them bilaterally and also reignite the relationship that IPU has with the G7. So in conclusion, dear colleagues, I was able, in the past 6 months, I conducted 15 international visits and participated in 3 video addresses. The first video address was on the occasion of the 4th Eurasian Women's Forum, Women for Strengthening Trust and Global Cooperation. The second one was 200th anniversary of the establishment of the Mexican state and the 105th anniversary since its restoration. And the last one was International Day of Peace and International Day of Democracy in September 2024. I also chaired 4 online meetings for the Crema Pasi Prize, which we are going to give this time during this assembly. And, dear colleagues, these activities, these engagements collectively are meant to advance and also foster the constructive and peaceful parliamentary diplomacy as IPU cornerstones. So that said, I thank you for listening. Okay. So I will give the floor to Ukraine. They have requested the floor. So we will have Ukraine, Iraq, then Lithuania. Ukraine, you have the floor. I think there is a problem with your microphone. Okay, hold on then, let's work that out. The technical person is coming your way. Is it Denmark? Okay. Okay, is it on now? No? Okay, while he's trying to sort that out, let's try if we can hear from Iraq, or is it not working also? Iraq? It's also not working. Denmark? Lithuania, is it working? No?
Maybe you have to do that from the screen.
Iraq, can you try now?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. So they have to wait a second. Wait a second.
شكراً.
So they have to press first.
Yes.
Go ahead, Iraq.
Okay. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and greetings to everyone present coming from all over the world. Today, and in this critical moment of the history of the world, after listening to your report on your activities, I would like to put before you a very big responsibility. Can you hear the interpretation, Madam? Is the interpretation available?
Can't hear the translation. Okay, go ahead, please. Iraq, go ahead.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Madam President. Greetings to everyone present here today who came from all over the world, except for one country, a country, a state that has been killing and committing murders and atrocities against civilians, women and children, and undermining all forms of life in Gaza and nowadays in Lebanon. This extremist government will extend its atrocities all over the Middle East. Madam President, in your report you mentioned that you have visited some of the hotspots of the world, and this is one of the priorities of the IPU. You mentioned that you visited Russia. But in reality, I think that it would have been better to visit Gaza out of all places in the world. The Zionist state has prevented the UN Secretary General a year ago to go to Gaza and to see the atrocities and the destruction and the genocide that took place there and the displacement. So I call upon all delegations present here today to pay attention to what's happening in the north of Gaza and in Jabalia. People are being starved to death. For more than 2 weeks now, medication, food, water, electricity are being prevented from entering in order to displace the people living there who have been surviving for more than 1 year in the face of the killing and the mass murders and displacement. Until when will the world remain silent and blind? Until when will we remain silent in the face of the calls for help of the women and children of Gaza while they are being bombed with the most horrendous weapons? Until when will the Western countries and the United States in particular continue to support these atrocities and horrendous crimes? Until when will we remain silent in the face of the blatant violations of international laws and the rulings of the ICJ and the ICC? Until when will this rogue state will remain above the law, above international law and above humanity? They are spreading publications here about a number of hostages or people that are being detained by the resistance, and they completely forget the remains of children and women that remain under the rubbles. Madam President, I call upon you as representative of the parliaments of the world to visit Gaza and the south of Lebanon, and I hope that we will stand in the face of this international terrorism. Thank you.
Is it working now, Ukraine? Okay, sorry, I have to do something. Just a second. Ukraine, can you press again the request, please? Can you press again the request so that I see it here? You have pressed it?
Okay. Yeah. No, it's fine. We should just come upon.
Okay. While you're moving, Lithuania?
Yes, Lithuania, member of delegation Semeshka. Madam President, I would like to ask you about your last trip to Russia. What did you feel when shaking hands with the war criminal Putin from a terrorist regime in Russia? What especially mandated you, who especially mandated you to represent the IPU, and what benefit did this visit bring to democracy and not to Russian propaganda? Do you agree that your visit to Russia before visiting victim country Ukraine was a mistake, and do you regret it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ukraine is at this stage. Ukraine is here.
Okay, so before you take the, I don't know, can you have a seat for a second? Yeah, point of order, Russia. Go ahead. You have to press somewhere, request to speak, so that, okay, I've seen it, okay.
I may speak loudly.
Okay.
Just
no,
now.
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just now, the representative of Lithuania called the president of Russia a military criminal. I believe it's absolutely unacceptable, and that needs a reaction from the podium, from the president of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Thank you.
I will respond to the point of order in just give me a few minutes. I will now give the opportunity to Ukraine. You have 2 minutes.
Finally. Madam President, I will try to be as short as possible because I value our time and time of all our colleagues. You reported that you met with Putin. I want all of us to know that it happened just a few days after Russian missile destroyed the famous children's hospital Ohmad-Dit in Kyiv. Just a few days. And because of that, I have a few simple questions to Madam President. Really questions. And I and many of my colleagues, not only from 12 plus, but all around this assembly, also want to get the answers. First question, when the members of Governing Council will receive the full protocol of your meeting with Putin? Second question, did you discuss with him the IPU resolutions about Russian aggression to Ukraine? Third question, did you raise during this meeting the topic of kidnapped Ukrainian children? And last but not least, why you, Madam President, not answering the written requests from delegations to you, but even not only from delegations, but also from the geopolitical groups? I mean, written requests about information. We already sent them and we didn't receive any answer. You know, we should understand that such meetings, they are just prolonging the war, but not stopping it. And because of that, such meetings, they continue suffering of the people, not only in Ukraine, but in particular, for example, in African countries, when people become really suffer because of the food crisis caused by Russian unprovoked aggression to Ukraine. So I will kindly ask you to answer my 4 very simple questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to request the members who have asked for the floor to keep pressing the. Once you have pressed, don't repress it unless I don't call you, so that the names of your countries keep showing here. So I will call the ones that I can see here, but I have all the names, so don't worry. Now I was seeing the United Kingdom, but now it has disappeared. Okay, the Gambia. Sorry? Yeah, but then I only have to place here, so I can't call when I don't see it here. So the Gambia? No? Okay. I see Madagascar.
People are just pressing the button.
They're just pressing the buttons. That's going to be...
Which country is that?
Which country is that?
Canada. Canada. Is it Canada? Yes. Canada.
Okay, Canada is you here, so... Okay. Yeah, Canada, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Madam President. I just, first of all, say that I'm a first-time attendee, or delegate, if you will, for the IPU. And central to the question, of course, is the President's representation at the IPU. With respect to your visit to Russia and your meeting with President Putin, who waged an illegal war against Ukraine, I think that this assembly should receive the answer as to what happened at this meeting. Exactly what was communicated to the President from you on behalf of the IPU, and as well, what was his response. On Saturday, we had a preliminary discussion about this matter. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to say I did not hear a response from you to those questions. And I think that it is absolutely critical that those answers are provided and that there's accountability with respect to your role on behalf of the IPU. Just finally to say, Canada stands with Ukraine. I think this is absolutely critical by way of an explanation from you. Thank you so much.
Okay, I can now see Namibia. Namibia? You, hold on, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I really wanted to say one or two things. First of all, a word of thank you for the report you have just shared with us. A long list of events that we have covered during the course of your activities conducted in the interest of fostering parliamentary diplomacy. There's no doubt about that. I think all of us do stand to benefit from such a report. All I'm trying to say is that I think you have done a remarkable job. Honestly speaking, all the events and various places you covered, that shows you of your commitment, immense commitment to foster the work of IPU. For that, we owe you a great thank you and a debt of appreciation. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Namibia. Now, Denmark. Do you also have to what? Denmark? God. What? Yes.
Now it's clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. President. My name is Søren Søndergaard, Chair of the Danish delegation. I want to congratulate you with all your activities in the recent term. It's very impressive. But there's one activity I want to discuss, and that is the meeting you had with Russia President Putin. Not perhaps because of the meeting you had with him, but the fact that you didn't have had a meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky. We have a clear opinion on the conflict here in the IPU. We are taking a stand, and this stand is very clear that Russia have violated international law by attacking Ukraine. When there is a country violating international law, of course you have to talk with the people who have been violated first. What is the situation now? The situation now is even 3 months have passed. You have talked with the aggressor, but you have not talked with the victim. There has been no meeting with Zelensky. This is not a very good thing. And therefore, as I said, I congratulated on all the meetings, but I think this was a failure. We have to make a distinction between aggressor and people who is the victims of aggression. Thank you.
UAE, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Well, in this, I won't speak on behalf of the UAE. I will speak as the chairman of the task force for mediation between Russia and Ukraine. Since the establishment of this task force, we had several meetings with both sides, representatives from Parliament. And during our last meeting in Geneva in March, actually, we had a meeting with Madam President. I want to clarify this to everyone here. And during that meeting, we requested from the President of the IPU to help us by engaging with the executive, because we felt that, you know, talking to the Parliament is great, the engagement is good, but we need the support of the executive from both sides. We need them to listen to us, we want to listen to them. And this is we, as a task force actually, requested from Madam President to start engaging with both executive government in Ukraine and in Russia. And that was which she initiated, and she wanted to start with Ukraine. And that was part of the schedule which the Secretary General and the team actually worked on. But unfortunately, because of other commitment that President Zelensky had, he had to go to Washington to attend the NATO meeting. That meeting was canceled 2 days before the meeting should be held. And then we were already scheduling a meeting for BRICS, where she was invited as an IPU president, and she attended, and she did that meeting. What I want everyone to know that, you know, we as a task force requested the support and the engagement of the president of the IPU with the executive to help us in our mission for getting to peace between Ukraine and Russia. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, please bear with us. We still have a long agenda, and we have only 1 hour remaining for the Governing Council. So, you have already spoken. You were given a chance to speak here. Give me time to first address the Governing Council, respond to the issues that were raised, then we go back to the agenda, because the agenda is very long and we only have 1 hour from now. Please, can you hold on? Thank you. Okay, now that said, I'm sorry, I have recognized those who had indicated to need time to speak, but in the interest of time, we will not be able to give all of you the floor. But because Ukraine had spoken, and in the interest of fairness, Russia will be given a chance, then I will address you on all the concerns that have been raised about the report. Russia? Hold on. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What we see here now does not make me happy, and this is not about Russia being attacked, it's about the IPU being attacked and the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union being attacked by a certain geopolitical group. All people who criticized you represented 12 plus. This is a consolidated position of 12 plus, which is well known. But 12 plus tries to force the president of the IPU be the voice of 12 plus. And the 12 plus group tries to force the Inter-Parliamentary Union be the voice of 12 plus, which I believe is absolutely unacceptable. We are more here than just one geopolitical group. Talking about the forum in St. Petersburg, The president of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, just for your knowledge, was invited to participate in the 10th Parliamentary Forum of BRICS countries and parliaments. And 18 parliaments were represented at that meeting. And thank you very much, Madam President, that you accepted this invitation, because this is your duty. The meeting was held in the Russian Federation because Russia right now presides, is the chair country of BRICS. And this is the common decision of BRICS countries to be respected. And of course, Russia hosted the forum, and the President of Russia addressed the forum, and it was absolutely natural for some participants, not just the President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. The President of Russia had more than one meeting with the speakers of parliaments which were represented at this meeting, and this is absolutely natural and absolutely within the framework of the duties and the power of the President of Inter-Parliamentary Union. So please, Madam President, stay strong. You are absolutely right. And I would like to thank the task force on Russia-Ukraine conflict for doing their work and trying to assist to find acceptable solutions for both sides in the conflict, which is the only possible approach to be taken by the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Thank you so much, Madam President. Stay strong.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, a concern was raised by Iraq in respect of the report that I've just given you, and Iraq was questioning, why did I visit Russia in the context of the war in Ukraine and not Gaza? I would like to inform my colleague that you might note that in November last year, I visited Palestine and I visited Israel and I met the leaders. And that was my first visit after becoming president in October. So it's not like I have ignored what is happening in the Middle East, what is happening in Lebanon, what is happening in Gaza, and what happened in Israel. So I treat all the conflicts the same way. And you might also want to note the conflicts that we are talking about in the Middle East, the war that we are talking about in Ukraine, they are not the only conflicts that IPU is looking at. We are concerned about what is happening in Yemen. We are concerned about what is happening in Syria. We are concerned about what is happening in Sudan. We are concerned about what is happening in West Africa. We are concerned about what is happening in DRC. Lithuania asked specific questions. Who mandated you to visit Russia? Why not Ukraine first? The letters were sent out, dear colleagues. The letters were sent very explicitly. They explained, and if you need copies of those letters because they are not secrets, you can always have copies. Letters were sent to our counterparts in Ukraine. Letters were sent to our counterparts in Russia. My visit was to begin with Ukraine. Ukraine responded the dates that we were ready to visit them. Mr. Zelensky and Mr. Speaker would be in New York for the NATO meeting. Would I have stopped them? No. It would be wise. In any case, I don't have such powers. Now, because the meeting of BRICS was taking place, would I stop going to Russia because Ukraine is not ready to receive me because of time? No. Why? Because IPU stands for dialogue. IPU is talking about parliamentary diplomacy. And it is in that context that I did all that I did. And I thought I would be given a little credit for all the efforts that I've done, not to be crucified for things that I have not. You're asking here, who mandated me? Who mandated the former president who came from the 12+ to visit Kiev? Who mandated him? Please, I think we have to reach a point where I have explained myself several times to you 12+, to everybody else who cared to understand. If you have a feeling like I went to Russia without going to Ukraine first, I have told you several times, letters were sent out. I wouldn't turn out my visit to Russia because I'm unable to reach Ukraine. You didn't ask me similar questions when I visited Israel, did you? You didn't ask me similar questions when I visited Palestine, did you? You're not going to ask me similar questions when I visit Sudan. You're not going to ask me similar questions when I visit other places. I think, colleagues, let's have trust. You have elected a president who is supposed to deliver to her mandate. You have elected a president who is supposed to deliver to her mandate, and I think you are dealing with me unjustifiably, which is not fair to anybody. The questions that you have been raising, I have responded them to the best of my knowledge and to the best of my objectivity in all this matter. And you must know, I would not have asked to meet Mr. Putin if it wasn't for Ukraine. My commitment to doing that, and this is not the first place I'm visiting. Why is it that it's looking like I have met this person and therefore the president of IPU has all of a sudden become a monster? Please treat me with dignity the same way I am treating you with dignity. I will at all times advance parliamentary diplomacy. I will at all times give respect to the ideals of IPU, but I request you members to also accept I'm not God, I'm not an angel, I'm only human, I'm doing what is possible within my powers. The president of the task force has just informed you, and I have been repeating myself in this respect. I was requested by the task force to do what I did. What did I do wrong? I was supposed to sit back and tie my hands and say there's nothing we can do as IPU. That will not be doing justice to the women and children of Ukraine who are suffering. That wouldn't be fair to the mandate that you have given me. Give me a chance to lead this institution according to the ideals that we stand for. Not to crucify me just because I come from some country. Some of you maybe feel like we are still colonized in the mind. No. No, we are not. No, we are not. So please, let's respect each other. I'm doing the best that I can, and that is exactly what I'll do. That is my commitment to you. I will keep doing that. Thank you very much. Some issues have been raised here, very specifically wanting me to say, somebody said they want the full record. I did not record the meeting, so I don't have that record. Secondly, the resolutions were shared, they have been shared several times, and I also mentioned them. Kidnapped children that are in Russia, that is an important issue to IPU. We have been working together with the task force, and we will keep working together to make sure children are returned to Ukraine. You have talked about written requests. I have responded to every request that comes to me. The good thing is when they come to me, they go to the Secretary General as well. There is no secret about this thing. If anybody wants more information, we have a whole file of all the communications. On the other hand, I have been asked here, Denmark asked me why I visited Russia while I haven't visited Ukraine. I have already expressed what actually happened. I believe, dear colleagues, this explanation puts at rest this matter so that you let me lead the institution you entrusted me to. That said, colleagues, that said, like I said, we are very much behind time, and so we now go ahead on the second part of item 4. So, colleagues, we now go to item B of I have closed this matter. If we have issues with me, you can speak with me separately because I have said we have to get moving. We don't have time anymore. Ukraine?
What's going on?
I'm afraid it doesn't work. It doesn't work? Thank you so much.
No, you have to press that.
Press that.
Does it work? Does it work?
Yes.
Okay, okay, finally. Thank you, Madam President. Just 1 minute from me not to be emotional and to finish this discussion as we hope. There is nothing to do with the position of Ukraine or with the position of the 12+ group. It has to do with 2 resolutions of the IPU that you, as member of Tanzania, before that also voted. So unanimously, we had 2 resolutions of the IPU to stop the aggression of Russian Federation against Ukraine. And I think that we need to respect the decision of every country here who voted for those resolutions in 2022 and 2023. So I really, I trust you and I expect you that you raised this issue with Mr. Putin and that you said that there is a position of the whole IPU, of the whole world, to stop the aggression and to stop the illegal annexation and to stop the decisions of Mr. Putin that he took to start the war, to start the aggression and to annex 4 regions of Ukraine. When you were there talking to Mr. Putin, I was giving birth to my child, who is right now here with me. She is 9 months old, and I had to give birth in the bomb shelter underneath in Kiev because Russian missiles were flying on top. No baby should spend the first day of her life in the bomb shelter. Not a baby in Gaza, not a baby in Sudan, not a baby in Somalia, not a baby in Ukraine. And I hope that you raise this question, because to trust you, and we did, we elected you. So to trust you, we need you to be as transparent as possible and respect the decisions of this organization, the decisions of IPU, not just towards Ukraine, but towards any other matters that we took. And the decisions to stop and condemn Russian aggression was a decision we took here twice, unanimously. So we do trust you. Please, please, please use this trust wisely, and please do it in the future more transparent and with more respect towards this organization that you preside. Thank you.
I thank you for the trust. Report on the activities of the Executive Committee. Dear colleagues, since our last assembly, the Executive Committee has held several intensive and productive sittings. On 19th, we met in Zanzibar, the United Republic of Tanzania. On 18th July, we met online, and on 11th October, here in Geneva. We will be meeting again on 16th of this month if anything comes up. And also, we will be dealing with the other items that we weren't able to handle in our last meeting. Since most of the subjects we discussed are covered by corresponding items on the Council's agenda, we shall report on those matters as we reach the relevant items. But in the meantime, I would like to brief you on the following. Dear colleagues, in June, the Executive Committee authorized the IPU to conclude 3 memorandums of understanding with institutions whose collaboration with the IPU has significant consequences for the program and resources of our organization. These are the Inter-Parliamentary Development Initiative, IDI, a body of the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, Inter-Parliamentary, which has been working for several years on building accountability in parliaments. The Institute for Economic and Peace, IEP, a think tank that is involved in the IPU's work on counterterrorism, and the King Hamad Global Center for Peaceful Coexistence, KHGC, whose partnership with the IPU began at the 146th IPU Assembly in Manama in March 2023. These agreements have since been signed by the Secretary General, and we thank him for that. Reporting by members on implementation of IPU decisions, The Executive Committee was apprised of the reporting by members on the implementation of the IPU decisions, a statutory requirement that takes the form of an annual survey of a selection of member parliaments. The Executive Committee noted that with the satisfaction that the rate of responses received has continued to grow, and now it has reached 81%. So congratulations to all of you who were able to reach this goal. While congratulating the members who provided input for this report, the Executive Committee encouraged members to contribute to future exercises as they are barometer to the effective implementation of decisions of our organization. IPU regional officers, dear colleagues, the Executive Committee took note of the update related to IPU regional offices in Uruguay and also in Egypt. And as for Egypt, negotiations on the host agreement are underway and are expected to be concluded as soon as possible. Recent policies, including the Working Group on Transparency, Accountability and Openness, Code of Conduct for IPU governance officials, and many more, the Executive Committee took note of the arrangement in place to implement and promote the IPU policies relating to transparency, accountability, and openness, including information campaigns at assemblies and training programs for the IPU Secretariat. It encouraged the Secretariat to conduct similar campaigns and capacity building among member parliaments to ensure the good implementation of the policies. The Executive Committee took note that a policy on whistleblowers was being developed to allow staff members and other officials who witness wrongdoing to report it without fear of reprisals. The Executive Committee also urged geopolitical groups which have not yet done so to fill the vacancies on the Working Group on Transparency, Accountability and Openness, namely the African Group, GRULAC, and the Asia Pacific Group. IPU Secretariat, the Executive Committee was apprised of the recent staff movement within the IPU Secretariat, including several well-deserved promotions. It thanked the staff members who had recently retired and would be doing so in the near future for their valuable contribution to the organization and wished them well for their future endeavors. The Executive Committee congratulated the staff members who had been promoted. Cooperation between IPU and the Association of Secretaries General of Parliament, the Executive Committee took note of the recent report of the President of the ASGP, which is celebrating its 75th anniversary during this assembly. The Executive Committee congratulated the ASGP for its excellent and commendable cooperation with the IPU over the last 75 years. I was wondering, colleagues, because these decisions were made in cooperation with the EXCOM members from the respective geopolitical groups, and I believe these EXCOM members have reported back to the geopolitical groups. Unless there is somebody who has really a burning issue, we will proceed to item 5 in the interest of time. Colleagues? I don't see any hands, so I take it that we approve the report about, okay. Iran, okay. Iran, please, 1 minute.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. امروز در جهانی صحبت می‌کنیم که با وجود رژیم آپارتایدی و فاشیستی اسرائیل، امنیت و صلح در جهان به یک مفهوم خیالی و دست نیافتنی تبدیل شده و به واسطه جنایات آنها مفاهیمی مثل آزادی و حقوق بشر معنای خود را از دست داده. جالب این که امریکایی‌ها میگویند اسرائیل نمونه موفق لیبرال دموکراسی در خاورمیانه است. نمونه موفق در چه؟ در آزادی و حقوق بشر یا قتل عام و جنایت؟ تا وقتی اسرائیل وجود دارد دنیا رنگ و بوی آرامش را نخواهد دید.
Sorry, Iran, hold on. The interpreters.
پس باید فرصتش رو دوره بدن.
Interpreters. Can we hear from the interpreter who is interpreting Arabic?
Madam President, there is no interpretation from Farsi.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, interpreter, what did you say?
He was talking Farsi.
Are you speaking Farsi? We don't have that interpretation, we're sorry. So, colleagues, do I take it that we approve the report? Thank you very much.
Financial situation, because they need to.
Okay. So, colleagues, we have looked at the time and we think item 5 might need more time, which we don't have now. So we will go to item 6. And I think item 6, we will be able to handle it within the time that we have. And then since we will have another governing council at a later stage, we will be able to finish the rest of the items. So today, or right now, I would ask you, colleagues, that we deal with item 6 and item 10, because we want our members and those who have requested for observer status to participate with us. So we'll go to financial situation of the IPU. So I'm trying to check our chair. He's here. So I'd like to invite our chair of the subcommittee on finance, Speaker Milton Dick, Speaker of Australia, who is going to report on behalf of the Executive Committee on the current situation, on the current financial situation of the IPU. Mr. Speaker Dick, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. Honourable members of the Governing Council, as President of the Subcommittee on Finance, I'm pleased to present to you on behalf of the Executive Committee, which met as usual to discuss the financial questions ahead of this Governing Council session. From the outset, I would like to thank and pay credit to Dr. Ali Alanuame for his service to the Subcommittee. This Subcommittee on Finance and the Executive Committee reviewed the financial situation of the IPU as of the 31st of July 2024. The document you have before you summarises the financial situation. The organisation's budget performance is on track for this year. So far, the organisation's finances are listed as healthy and stable. Global investment markets have had a positive start to the year, and the investment portfolio for the IPU and its closed pension fund has seen a positive return of 6% so far this year. The current situation of voluntary funding is also healthy for the remainder of the year. Madam President, the Executive Committee also discussed the arrears of IPU assessed contributions, which currently stands at 2.1 million, and the situation of certain members that have long accumulated arrears. As an organisation, we need to continue to work through our own geopolitical groups to keep this issue in sharp focus in the coming months. I'm pleased to be able to report that some arrears of the contributions have already been paid over the last couple of days, and of course members will be keen to exercise their full voting and participation rights during this important week for the IPU. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for that concise presentation. And members, I would request that you also allow us to consider item 7, and then I will ask you for both item 6 and 7. So I would let Speaker Dick once again take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The Executive Committee discussed the IPU's draft budget for 2025 and reviewed the budget documentation in detail, which is projected at a total of $18.2 million in income and expenditure. I'd like to raise key points for members of the Governing Council that the work of the IPU will continue right across the 5 objectives that are set out in the 2022-2026 strategy, with particular attention to some specific areas. 2025 will witness a special global emphasis on gender equality and women's rights, as it marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action and the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council resolution of Women, Peace and Security. The IPU Forum of Women Parliamentarians will be also celebrating 40 years of existence. In addition, the IPU will maintain its momentum on climate action, carrying on from this year, and it will give also particular focus to its peace and security work, given the multiple crises and conflicts currently ongoing or emerging. At the same time, the organisation will continue to invest in its digital transformation to enhance its impact as well as its delivery for members. In terms of income, the core budget includes an increase of 3% in total assessed contributions, as agreed previously by the Governing Council, in order to rebalance total contributions by the end of the current strategy period back to their level of 2011. Resource mobilisation is estimated to generate voluntary contributions amounting to $4.3 million next year, or 24% of total income budget. This is a slight increase in expected voluntary income compared to 2024, and we hope to see the extension of some of our major multi-year grants from Swedish SIDA, the European Union and the Parliament of Qatar, amongst others. I would like to encourage all members and all of our colleagues to help with the mobilisation of voluntary funds for the IPU from within our own countries and our geopolitical groups. Madam President, I would like to thank Mr Ed Cooper and the Secretary-General's Office for their comprehensive support as President of the Sub-Finance Committee, and the Executive Committee therefore endorses the consolidated 2025 budget and is pleased to recommend it to the Governing Council for adoption.
Thank you so much, our Chair. So, colleagues, I had said I will ask you for item 6 and 7 together. There is a proposition that one, if we are comfortable with the report that our Chair has said, we can as well approve both the financial situation of the IPU and the consolidated budget for 2025. But if we feel like we should have taken floors, maybe some members would have wished to take the floor, then we will defer the, we would have received the report, and then we will defer the adoption till when we meet next. So, do we have any delegation that would have wished to raise any point on this, on these two items? I don't see any, so that means we can propose for adoption. So we will go to the financial situation of the IPU. Do I take that we have adopted the report? Thank you very much. So it is adopted. And then the consolidated budget for 2025, do we adopt? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We really appreciate the good work that you're doing. Having adopted these two reports, members, I will go to now item 10, which is talking about questions relating to IPU membership and observer status. So we will begin with consideration of requests relating to IPU membership. Dear colleagues, dear friends, the IPU is a global organization of national parliaments whose mission is to represent all the 46,000 members of parliament worldwide. As such, our strength lies in our ability to uphold our value of inclusiveness and provide all national parliaments, no matter their size, with a platform for parliamentary diplomacy to cooperate on major global issues: world peace, sustainable development, democracy, human rights, climate change, gender equality, and many more. To truly achieve this mission, however, we need to hear the voices of all members of parliament. Thus, universal membership has been a long-standing goal for our organization. In 2023, we took a significant step towards this goal by proudly welcoming 2 new members into this global family of parliamentarians: the legislatures of Liberia and the Bahamas. Today, I would like to warmly welcome one delegation from a national parliament which is not currently an IPU member, but is attending this 149th assembly to observe our work with a view to affiliating to the IPU in, we hope, the very near future. The Legislative Council of Brunei, which is represented by Right Honorable Mr. Pehin Osman, member of the Legislative Council. Do we have them in the House?
Yes.
Sorry? Ah, they are, okay. So thank you for coming. But also there is Dr. Hurain Huraira, the clerk of the Legislative Council.
Maybe they want to
Great.
Maybe they want to say a few words to Forum. Give them the floor.
Okay, so our colleagues from Brunei, if you can please press so that we hear your voice in the House, because you will not be able to address this House because you're not a member, but I'm giving you 1 minute to say something. Please press the request and then I'll recognize you here. Brunei? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, for the invitation. This is our first appearance, and we hope to be able to participate in the future again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're warmly welcome, and we look forward to receiving you as our member of IPU. Colleagues, 6 months ago, Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson, President of the Senate of Jamaica, observed our 148th Assembly with a view to reaffiliating to the IPU and reinforcing the presence of Caribbean countries and small island states in our organization. Today, I am delighted to inform you that the Executive Committee recently received a request from the Parliament of Jamaica to rejoin our parliamentary community and become our 181st Parliament to join the IPU. So please, a hand of applause to Jamaica. The Executive Committee unanimously endorsed this request, and I am pleased to submit it for your approval. Do you approve the recommendation, dear colleagues? Because you have just clapped, I take it that you have endorsed it. Thank you very much. It is so agreed. And so I wish to give a warm welcome to our colleague from the Parliament of Jamaica. And that said, I would like to welcome Honorable Thomas Tavares Finson to come to the podium and say a few words as our newest baby. Jamaica, you're welcome.
The latest kid on the block.
President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Dr. Tulia Atkins, Secretary General Martin Chung Chong, Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians. On this momentous occasion, which I share with Ambassador Richard Brown, the Jamaica's permanent representative here in Geneva, I'm pleased to bring greetings on behalf of the Parliament of Jamaica to the 149th Assembly of the IPU. Jamaica is not only delighted but deeply honored that the Governing Council has approved the renewal of our membership to this august organization. As a small island nation with a proud democratic tradition, our renewed membership within the IPU is not solely about being a member, but a reaffirmation to the global community of our long-standing commitment to democracy and good governance. Let me take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to the Secretary General and the staff of his office and the IPU for the administrative support that ensured a smooth process for renewing our membership. The mission of the IPU aligns with the ideals of the government and people of Jamaica, as we firmly believe in the power of dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect in advancing peace, democracy, and sustainable development. Jamaica is not just ready, but is eager to contribute to the discussions of the IPU on critical global issues, such as democracy, human rights, gender equality, and the rule of law. These core values are not just enshrined in our Constitution, but are central to our approach in both domestic and international affairs. Madam President, Jamaica will continue its advocacy and amplify the voices of small island developing states within the IPU, ensuring that our unique challenges and perspectives are a part of the global discourse. We are fully committed to working within this vital global forum to address the pressing issues that we face as a global community, whether it be climate change, economic inequality, or the ongoing fight for social justice and human dignity. And I must say that we in the Caribbean are particularly concerned with the state and the condition of the people of Haiti. And we do recognize the tremendous role that our brothers from Kenya have played in attempting to bring some order and justice to Haiti. Jamaica has also participated by sending troops to the region, and I would expect that at some time the issue of Haiti would be discussed by the IPU. And we are also concerned about the ongoing situation in Venezuela, not only the internal problems of Venezuela, but also the continued claim on the territorial integrity of Guyana, which is going to require the attention of this organization sooner rather than later. Jamaica has always viewed the IPU as a forum for dialogue and a powerful tool in fostering greater parliamentary cooperation and promoting shared solutions. In this connection, we are willing to share our best practices and success in the initiatives that we have put forward with our National Youth Parliament in Jamaica. In light of some of the operational challenges faced by the parliaments in developing countries and the need for digital transformation, an area of high priority and interest for Jamaica, as we consider it an integral part of the development of the functioning or the greater and proper functioning of parliaments. In closing, Jamaica is pleased and excited to have returned to the IPU fold. We look forward to engaging with fellow member states and stand ready to contribute to pursue the IPU's vision of achieving a world where every voice counts, where democracy and parliaments are at the service of the people for peace and development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President of the Senate of Jamaica, for those words, and we all welcome you all together. Colleagues, before moving ahead, I would like to also invite all of you as IPU members to redouble our efforts to make sure we achieve the goal of universality of the IPU. And so whenever you meet any delegation of a parliament that is not yet affiliated to IPU, please reach out to them on our behalf, and then I'm sure we will all be able to arrive where we want to be. At the same time, colleagues, I would like to inform you also that we received a request for observer status from the League of Parliamentarians for Al-Quds and Palestine. The Executive Committee confirmed that this organization is the same as the League of Parliamentarians for Al-Quds, with just the addition of the word Palestine and Palestine to its name, whose request for observer status had been rejected in Manama in March 2023. The Executive Committee therefore decided to maintain this previous decision on this matter. Do I take it that you want to note and approve what the Executive Committee is bringing to you? Okay, there are those who clapped. Can you rise, because there are few I have to recognize you? Okay, no objection. Thank you. Colleagues, I will, before I let the Secretary General give us some procedural announcements, I would like to now take this opportunity to rule on the matter of a point of order that was raised by Russia. Dear colleagues, our rules require that I will read for you what we stand for, so that we take into consideration whenever we take the floor. The conduct of members shall be characterized by mutual respect, be based on the values and principles of the IPU as laid down in its IPU statutes and rules, and shall respect the dignity of all people. Furthermore, it shall not compromise the smooth conduct of business. So members, I would request you that we follow our rules and statutes when we are addressing each other, but also when we are addressing our heads of states. So in terms of the language that was used by our colleague, our rules provide such that the President can rule either to ask the member to withdraw the words, or the President can rule that the wording that is considered as abusive language to be removed from the record. Now, because we have been sometimes using the language that doesn't suit each other, please let's follow the statutes. As for this matter, the words that were complained about by our colleague will be removed from our records. Secretary General, you have the floor for the procedural announcement.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just quickly, we have to make an announcement regarding the quorum for this assembly, and this is pursuant to Rule 33 of the Assembly, and it stipulates that for each assembly, the quorum shall be established on the basis of the number of delegations effectively participating at the first plenary meeting. The quorum shall be announced by the Secretary General at that time. So we have the number of delegations present in the room was 168, and the quorum therefore has been fixed at 85. So for any deliberations to be valid and legitimate, we need 85 members to be present in the room. Madam President, that is the announcement I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. Dear colleagues, taking into account the time that we have used, we haven't exhausted our agenda, but we are now required to adjourn our meeting until the Thursday, 17th October at 9 a.m. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for attending this meeting, but also for the few deliberations that we have been able to make, but also the decisions that we have been able to take. Thank you very much. And we will now move to the assembly in the next few minutes. So the meeting stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on 17th October, Thursday morning. Sorry.
Good morning. May I kindly ask the President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians and the President of the Forum of Women MPs to come down to the podium? We will be starting the assembly shortly. Thank you.
Ouais, je te fais un petit test du HF.
Et 1, 2, 3 tests. 1, 2, 3 tests. Et 1, 2, 3 tests.
Ouais. Attends.
1, 2, 3 tests.
Oui, c'est pas très très fort, mais oui, c'est... Je le remets où il était sur le pupitre.
Had twins.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
How many days?
Dear colleagues, can we start now? Okay. Colleagues, can we start now? Please take your seats, those of you who are still standing. Dear colleagues, let us all stand for our anthem, our IPU anthem. Colleagues, you may be seated as I invite myself to the podium. Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, honorable speakers, deputy speakers of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, welcome once again to Geneva, the home of the IPU and a city that stands at the crossroads of innovation and international cooperation. From the advent of global humanitarian effort in the 1860s to the invention of the World Wide Web in 1989, Geneva has always been a melting pot of ideas, cultures, and nations. The city continues to foster an environment in which science and diplomacy intersect, making it a perfect setting for this Assembly's general debate on the theme harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Allow me to begin these opening remarks with a real-life cautionary tale. In the early 20th century, the world witnessed one of the most outstanding scientific achievements in human history, the splitting of the atom. As scientists like Marie Curie, Ernest Rutherford, and Lise Meitner began unveiling the mysteries of radioactivity and nuclear fission, the possibilities appeared immense. A virtually limitless source of energy that could power cities, revolutionize medicine through radiation therapy, and drive progress at unequaled scales. These discoveries revealed a new realm of chemical and physical phenomena with the power to alter human society forever. But as we all know, an arms race to weaponize nuclear research erupted quickly, resulting in unprecedented levels of destruction,
unprecedented levels of destruction that to this day continue to threaten the very survival of humanity. In other words, science, technology, and innovation can hold the promise of immense opportunities. Yet, when misused, weaponized, or poorly governed, they also bring world-threatening perils. Today, we find ourselves at another crossroads in scientific and technological advancements. To cite a few examples, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and biotechnology are transforming societies at exceptionally fast speed. AI is revolutionizing industries, medicine, and education. Quantum computing promises to solve problems beyond the capabilities of today's most powerful supercomputers. Biotechnological breakthroughs such as gene editing could eradicate previously incurable diseases. Scientific knowledge and expertise also plays a critical role in advancing evidence-based policymaking and can help address our biggest challenges: tackling climate change, achieving the SDGs, boosting public scrutiny by amplifying the voice of the people, resolving long-standing inequalities, and many more. But we must also recognize the very real risks associated with innovation. Among these, technological developments may undermine democracy by spreading misinformation or misleading deepfakes. Enhancing surveillance tools have the potential to jeopardize human rights. Socioeconomic disparities may widen if technologies are only available to a select few, or if existing inequalities such as gender inequality are perpetuated by the biased data on which plenty of new software is based. Advancements in weapons technologies can seriously undermine global peace and security. Dear colleagues, dear friends, we either learn from history or are doomed to repeat it. When approaching these transformative developments, we must ask ourselves, how can we use scientific and technological progress to actually benefit everyone and create a more peaceful and sustainable future? And critically, how do we ensure that innovations do not come at the expense of widening disparities and inequalities, bolstering new forms of conflict and destruction, and eroding our social fabric? Harnessing science, technology, and innovation for greater good means raising and addressing profound ethical, security, and societal questions. As policymakers, we must come together and have serious discussion during this assembly and beyond. And we must also act decisively, mainly on three key areas. 1, legislation and regulation. 2, oversight and accountability. And 3, public engagement and education. Firstly, in legislation and regulation, we have the power to craft laws that guide technological developments in a responsible manner and protect our economies and societies from potential risks. Many parliaments are already taking positive steps in this direction, like establishing comprehensive regulatory frameworks for emerging tools such as artificial intelligence. Data protection laws, legislation that incentivize sustainable and green innovation, and the implementation of laws that promote digital inclusion are all examples of parliamentary action to harness technology ethically. Secondly, in terms of oversight and accountability, parliaments must vigilantly monitor the implementation of technologies and hold both private companies and governments accountable for their actions. For example, parliaments can summon tech executives, experts, and other officials to hearings to address issues like proliferation of misinformation and hate speech on social media platforms, data breaches, or ethical violations. Through the establishment of specialized committees and commissions, parliaments can also oversee developments in specific technological fields, such as cybersecurity or biotechnology, ensuring compliance with laws and regulations. Thirdly, in terms of public engagement and education, we must foster informed and inclusive societies. This includes funding digital literacy and science education initiatives that will equip citizens with skills needed to participate in a technology-driven world while remaining fully informed of the risks and benefits. As representatives of the people, we must also promote inclusive participation in technological developments, ensuring that women, youth, people with disabilities, marginalized communities, and underrepresented groups can contribute to and benefit from innovation. Dear friends, dear colleagues, technology governance is a collaborative effort that extends beyond the halls of Parliament, and it necessitates partnerships with actors such as governments, civil society, the scientific community, and the private sector, both nationally and internationally. The IPU, as the global organization of national parliaments, embodies this collaborative spirit. The IPU is ready to help parliaments navigate the technological revolution that is currently shaping our world. I urge you, dear colleagues, dear friends, to engage wholeheartedly in these efforts and this general debate. Let us exchange ideas, challenge perspectives, and build consensus on actionable strategies to harness science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. I thank you for listening. Dear colleagues, I am now pleased to welcome the Secretary General to also come give his remarks. Mr. Chugong, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for giving me this opportunity to address the opening of this assembly. And earlier this morning, I had the opportunity of extending a warm welcome to delegates attending this assembly. And there were many of you who were there at the time I made those remarks, but I see that this whole room has become fuller. So allow me once again to convey to each and every one of you most hearty welcome to the home of the IPU. It gives us great pleasure to be welcoming you twice in a row in this home city of the IPU. And we meet at a time, as I mentioned earlier, that is fraught with a lot of disputes, conflicts, crises, and one might be tempted to be desperate, might feel hopeless in the face of these daunting challenges. But we're here to address many issues that we can rally around in order to improve our world. And the President, in her speech, has just mentioned the whole issue of science and technology, which we think, if well harnessed and utilized, can help us resolve many of the intractable crises that we are facing in the world today. And we have therefore agreed to focus on the potential of science and technological innovation for the benefit of mankind. This approach has been born out of the experience that we've had with the COVID pandemic, which I fear is receding in our memories. Not many of us have strong memories of what happened during the COVID period. But I can remind you that there were a lot of challenges. But as the global community rose to the challenge, we saw that some advancements were achieved in a very rapid fashion, to the extent that vaccines were developed with international cooperation, working methods were improved upon, teleworking and other forms of collaboration helped us overcome the crisis. And we hope that we can continue to grapple with these developments in science and technology and come up with solutions that are outside the box, but which can help us improve upon the way we do business, but as a global parliamentary community can help us contribute to the solution of those problems that are out there. Madam President, distinguished delegates, dear friends, special guests, allow me to use this opportunity to bring to our attention one of the highlights of this assembly, which is part of the mandate of the IPU, that of equipping parliaments with tools that allow them to perform in a more efficient and effective manner. During this assembly, we will be launching the 8th edition of the biannual World e-Parliament report. It is a compendium and review of how parliaments are using new technologies to improve upon their working methods. And our Center for Innovation in Parliaments is driving the IPU's response to these challenges. We have devised what we call a unique digital maturity index to monitor the progress of this transformation. We hope that our Center for Innovation in Parliaments will continue to foster cooperation with a view to bridging the divide. I think, Madam President, you mentioned that what we are seeing today is progress, of course, in the use of digital technologies, but also inequality in access to these technologies. I would like also to use this opportunity, Madam President and members of the IPU, to say something that is a matter of satisfaction for us. A few weeks ago, we were in New York, Madam President, myself, and many people I see here. I see the President of the Forum of Women Parliamentarians, the President of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, who were with us in New York, but there were a host of other IPU office holders, such as the Chair of the Working Group on Science and Technology, the Chair of the Advisory Group on Health, who were in New York to represent the IPU in the different specialized meetings that were taking place in the context of the Summit of the Future. But what I want to point out here is, of course, the good work that they were doing in representation of the IPU, but also the outcome of the summit. I remember that the last time the United Nations was very clear on its resolve to work with parliaments and the IPU was way back in 2000, when it adopted the Millennium Summit, where in that declaration it said that the IPU, the United Nations, was committed to working with national parliaments through their international organization, the IPU. Over the years, a lot of water has gone under the bridge, and this time during the Summit of the Future, as the President said, a pact for the future was adopted, which is a blueprint for how the global community intends to grapple with those challenges that are facing it. And it is very clearly stated in that pact that the United Nations and its member states are resolved in engaging more with parliaments in cooperation with the IPU, the Global Organization of Parliaments, in an effort to address those challenges that are facing the community. I think that this is, I would say, a great achievement for parliamentary diplomacy and interparliamentary cooperation. But I also believe that with such a mandate, it is a big challenge for us to rise to the expectations of member states. We as the Organization of Parliaments, are committed to working with you in order for you to rise to that challenge. And it gives me great pleasure that you are set to organize a major summit next year here in Geneva, the 6th Summit of Speakers of Parliament. And it will be a good opportunity for you, the highest authorities of parliaments around the world, to rededicate yourselves and resolve to deploy more robust efforts and actions in order to live to the expectations of the people. The expectations of the people for development, for peace, for security, and for just welfare. So, Madam President, distinguished participants in this assembly, it has been a pleasure for me to address you here, and you can be sure that my colleagues and I in the IPU headquarters secretariat will continue to do everything according to our abilities to be deserving of the trust that you have placed in us. We'll continue to help the IPU to implement its noble mandate of promoting peace and security in the world, promoting dialogue, promoting peaceful coexistence for the good of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General, for those remarks. Colleagues, now it is also our practice in the Assembly to hear from our two presidents, one from our Women's Bureau and also from the Forum of Young Parliamentarians. So we will begin with Ms. Lopez Castro, Cynthia, who is the president of the the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. You have the floor.
Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, I want to congratulate our President, Tulia Axon, the first African woman to lead IPU and the third woman in 135 years to be president of IPU. We feel very proud about you, dear President. Also, I want to congratulate my dear friend and a great parliamentarian from UK that he just has been re-elected for a third term, the President of Young MPs, Dan Carden. And of course, I say hello and thank you for all the support to Secretary General Martin Chungong, and happy to be with Mr. Picard. I want to also congratulate all women that were re-elected in the past election. In the past election, more than 50 countries in the world have elections, and now we are representing the 27% of women in parliament. So I want to congratulate all of you, but mainly women that get re-elected, that get a seat, put all the effort, and now are here in the IPU again. Congratulations to all of you women that have been elected. It's my great pleasure to address this Assembly's general debate in my role as President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians. As we explore the role of science, technology, and innovation in shaping our shared future, we must ask ourselves, who is benefiting from these advantages? Who is benefiting from technology? Who is driving them? And what is the purpose? So, as we explore the role of science, dear colleagues, let us commit us to ensuring that women and girls in all the diversity are not left behind in this rapidly evolving world of science, technology, and innovation. We are at the crossroads. Technology can either improve gender equality or deepen the gender digital drive and exacerbate discrimination. If we want to use its potential for good, we must actively leverage it to promote equality. It is not right to do, but also the smart thing to do. Why? Simply because a sustainable future is untaintable, without prioritizing our needs, our interests, our perspectives, and experience of half of the population. Women, we are half of the population. Technology should help us, should support us, not just to discriminate women against it. Artificial intelligence and other new emerging technologies are a reality. We simply cannot afford to be passive bystanders. Artificial intelligence and digital tools more broadly have an immense potential to enhance access to education, healthcare, and other services for women and girls in all the diversity. Also, artificial intelligence can also play a vital role in identifying gender biases across various sectors, including Parliament, to promote more outcomes. But gender-responsible technological advancements won't happen alone. We need to make more efforts to ensure education, employment, leadership opportunities for women in fields like science, technology, engineering, mathematics. We must hold government and the private sector accountable by ensuring they apply high ethical standards in development of new technologies. We must also confront to the risk to come the new technologies, including tech-facilitated gender-based violence, harassment, and trafficking. So we will continue and we will be working very hard in this assembly that technology is benefit for women. Yesterday, I want to thank all the women of the delegations that were there because we were talking and discussing about women, about our needs, about what we have to do. So we will continue working very hard. IPU has to break the ceiling to give more opportunities for women. I just want to tell you that I'm very proud because in this assembly we will be working from months ago to have now in our statutes that is not exactly mandatory, but it is recommended that it will be gender balanced the presidents of the IPU. So for one time, after 135 years, we will have more women, not only 3. We will be having more women, not exactly mandatory men-women first, but it would be recommendable to have geopolitical balance and also gender balance. I'm also happy to announce that IPU, we are doing so much to improve gender parliament perspectives, to have gender balanced delegations. And now I also feel very proud to announce all of you, because we need the support from the speakers, from the head of the delegations, to assist to the first conference of women parliamentarians in 135 years of IPU, that I'm very pleased to be in my country, Mexico, that now we have the first elected women in the history of Mexico. So we will be very happy to receiving you in March in my country, in Mexico City, and we need the support of all the heads of delegations and speakers, so all women from our IPU will there. At the last point, I want to congratulate the 12 women speakers that are here. I want to congratulate Malawi. I want to congratulate the Speaker of South Africa. I want to congratulate the Speaker of Azerbaijan, the Speaker of Uzbekistan, the Speaker from Albania, the Speaker from Sao Tome, the Speaker from Argentina, the Speaker from Ecuador, the Speaker from Togo, the Speaker from Zambia, the Speaker from Zimbabwe, and of course the Speaker from Tanzania, that is our IPU President, because now it's time for women. Let's keep working. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good chair.
Thank you. Thank you, President. You would have been forgiven if you forgot me.
No.
Okay, thank you so much, Cynthia. Now I'll give the opportunity to the President of the Board of Young Parliamentarians, Mr. Dan Cadden of the United Kingdom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, dear colleagues, I'm delighted that 25% of delegates here at the Assembly are under the age of 45. That's real progress for youth representation from our parliaments at assemblies. Now, on the topic of this Assembly, when faced with the advent of something new, there is often a tendency to think that the uncertainty before us is without precedent in history. And this impulse isn't necessarily wrong. The technological changes we are living through may well be in a different category to anything that we have seen before. But this is not the first time that we have found ourselves on the precipice of a technological revolution, with the potential to untangle every weave in our social fabric. Let me offer a historical precedent for what we are now facing from my country. The Industrial Revolution in the north of England. Because a region of pastoral landscapes and small-scale craftsmanship rapidly transformed into a hub of industrial activity. Towns like Manchester, Liverpool, and Leeds became epicenters of a new economic order, drawing people from rural communities to work in new manufacturing, engineering, and on the docks. This industrial boom unleashed productive capabilities that had previously been unimaginable, creating the wealth and prosperity that would eventually define industrial societies. But in the immediate term, it was profoundly disruptive. It shattered a social equilibrium that had endured for centuries, pulling workers away from the land and the relative autonomy of rural life into crowded, often squalid urban centres. There they became cogs in a vast industrial machine, alienated from the product of their labour and subject to the gruelling demands of factory work. This new economic order did not limit its influence to the north of England. The hunger for raw materials and new markets led to the extensive pillaging of resources from colonised territories, feeding an industrial juggernaut that, while prosperous for some, was built on exploitation. And it was only through collective action, from the formation of the early labour and trade union movements to political reforms initiated by the leaders who recognised the need for change, that society began to tame the forces of industrialisation. Workers demanded fair wages, reasonable hours, and safer conditions, while governments gradually intervened with regulations designed to humanise the labour system. Over time, these efforts demonstrated that industrialisation could be moulded into something more socially beneficial, but only when its power was deliberately harnessed to serve the interests of the many. This history underscores a fundamental truth. Technological advancements have no intrinsic moral character of their own. Their impact depends in whose interests they are made to serve. Today we face a similar test with the rise of artificial intelligence and social media. AI has the undoubted potential to revolutionize every sector of society. And social media has endowed us with a level of global connectivity that would have been unthinkable even a few decades ago. But these technologies could well have, and indeed may well already be having, a catastrophic impact on society. Social media algorithms, with their built-in bias towards sensationalism and discord, have poisoned the public debate. And it's detached people from the real-life communities that surround them. AI threatens jobs and a new, deeper reliance on technology. The challenge now is to avoid the mistakes of the past. And just as workers and political leaders once reined in the forces of industrialization, we must act decisively to manage the development of AI and social media. Because technology must remain a tool for human progress, serving society's needs rather than dictating society's direction. History shows that without such efforts, technological progress can disrupt rather than empower. And it is up to us to ensure that the power of innovation is harnessed for the benefit of all. Colleagues, I wish you a fruitful and successful assembly from the board and the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, and thank you for listening to me today.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Carden. Colleagues, before I introduce to you our special guest, I would like to invite you to watch a short film first, then I will introduce him to come address you. Colleagues, we are trying to sort out the sound. Please bear with us. And we will be discussing about technology, so you can imagine what it does sometimes.
They have broken the rules, challenging common assumptions to Every dream in history was considered impossible until it had been accomplished. Behind each achievement, explorers have invented the future by going beyond the frontiers of certainties. They have broken the rules, challenging common assumptions to discover new solutions. Today, solving the environmental crisis seems out of reach. We need the same pioneering spirit that has in the past allowed mankind to achieve the impossible. This is how we will find the solutions to change the world. Bertrand Piccard, the visionary behind Solar Impulse, wanted to demonstrate the incredible potential of renewable energies and clean technologies. Solar Impulse was built to carry this message around the world.
Hello, Solar Pulse. Hello, Captain Piccard. I am inspired by your pioneering spirit.
You know, Mr. Secretary General, if an airplane like Solar Impulse can fly day and night without fuel, the world, of course, can be much cleaner.
Hotel India Bravo, turning final, 02 right.
More than an achievement in the history of aviation, Solar Impulse has made an achievement in the history of energy. Let's take it further.
What can be done in the sky can be done on the ground. Replacing old and polluting infrastructure by modern and efficient technologies is logical as much as ecological. Convinced the protection of the environment will become a reality only if it's economically viable, Bertrand Piccard has launched the second phase of his action, committing the Solar Impulse Foundation to identify 1,000 solutions that can protect the environment in a profitable way. Developed by startups and corporates, these solutions reduce pollution and improve efficiency in the fields of water, energy, construction, mobility, industry, and agriculture for a better quality of life. Assessed by independent experts and labeled by the Solar Impulse Foundation, they represent the market opportunity of the century, generating jobs and clean growth. In the near future, Bertrand Piccard will travel around the world again to present this unique selection of solutions with one goal: encourage governments, businesses, and institutions to go beyond compromise and set more ambitious environmental targets and energy policies. Here again, the spirit of exploration has a role to play in achieving what many people still consider impossible. And you can be a part of it.
Dear colleagues, I would like, after having watched that short film, I would like this opportunity to introduce you, our guest speakers. It is a distinct honor for me to welcome you, Mr. Bertrand Piccard. Mr. Piccard is an explorer, psychiatrist, ambassador for clean technologies, and the first man to fly around the world non-stop in a balloon and in a solar airplane. Some of you may not have realized he's the one they were clapping for at the United Nations. A pioneer in his way to consider ecology through the lens of profitability. Mr. Piccard began working in the early 2000s to promote renewable energies and clean technologies. His dual identity as a psychiatrist and explorer makes him an influential voice on the themes of innovation and sustainability. He is also a founder and chairman of the Solar Impulse Foundation. He has succeeded in his mission to select 1,000 profitable solutions to protect the environment and support clean growth. Colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Picard, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. President. Good morning, Excellencies. I'm not here because I flew around the world in a balloon and later on in a solar-powered airplane. I'm here because I know that solutions exist to protect the environment and that these solutions are profitable. It means that it's a fantastic opportunity for every country to develop itself, to be more competitive with new technical solutions. At this stage, the Solar Impulse Foundation has identified 1,780 systems, products, materials, processes, devices, software that allow to protect the environment. And why are they profitable? Because they are efficient. Today, the main problem of our world is the fact that we are not efficient. We are wasting energy. We are wasting natural resources. And this costs a fortune. Can you imagine that 3/4 of the energy that is produced today in our world is lost? It is lost because of wrong behaviors, but also outdated technologies. And this, for me, was the major revelation from the flight around the world in a solar-powered airplane. The gap between what allows us to fly with no noise, with no pollution, with no fuel, just on renewable energy, and what happens in our world today, a world of waste, a world that costs a fortune because of all the resources that are produced and wasted and lost. So today we have to go from the quantitative economy to the qualitative economy. Instead of producing, consuming, selling more and more product at a cheaper and cheaper price to beat the competition, making low salaries that create a lot of social inequalities, a lot of waste and a lot of pollution, all these solutions allow us to shift to a qualitative economy, an economy that creates jobs, that creates economical profit by replacing what is polluting by what is protecting the environment. And we see that today we can change the narrative thanks to all these solutions. When you are in a parliamentarian debate, when you are speaking with politicians, when you are speaking with corporates, to the media, to the public, to the people electing you, you can have a new narrative. Today, it is not anymore to have a sacrificial and expensive ecology. No, we can have a profitable ecology. We can have a clean industry. We can have new business opportunities in all the fields that allow to implement more efficiency. And a new narrative has to be used also when we speak of decarbonization. You had the session last year about climate change. But when we speak of climate change, very often we speak of decarbonization, which is perceived by the countries as a handicap for the economy. And especially developing countries are thinking, why should we make any sacrifice for decarbonization? But if all these new solutions are implemented in the different countries, it allows to modernize the country. So the question today is to modernize, and decarbonization will only be the logical consequence of this modernization. The goal is not to make a sacrifice for the future generations, but to have an advantage, a benefit for the current generation, which means that it's not a cost, it's a profitable investment. we will not lose jobs, we will create new jobs. It's a complete shift from the sacrifice to the profit, thanks to efficiency. And economical models today start to allow it. Developing countries who don't have enough money to invest in the renewable energies that are much cheaper than the fossil fuels can have access today to a servitization. That means you pay for the use of the new energies. You pay for the use of the new infrastructures instead of having to buy these systems. So you see that finance, economy, industry, ecology, politics all start to come together. But nothing will happen without you. You are the one who are making the laws, the legislations. And actually, the legislation today are as outdated as the systems we still use. The laws today allow to lose energy, to pollute, to put CO2 in the atmosphere. So if you manage to modernize the legal framework, it would be a fantastic incentive to bring all these solutions, to have more efficiency, to shift to the qualitative economy. Of course, it needs to be appealing, to be attractive. The protection of the environment has to be a spectacular wish to do better for the quality of life. And this is why I have launched now a new project, because flying around the world in a balloon was my personal dream. Flying around the world in a solar-powered airplane was a way to promote clean technologies and renewable energies. But today, I've decided to launch a project called Climate Impulse, to have a hydrogen-powered airplane, fly around the world with no fuel and absolutely zero emissions. This airplane is under construction today. So we have the shadow of the plane overflying the world, not yet the real plane. But the message is extremely important. Today we have to give hope to the world, because there is too much eco-anxiety, eco-depression, too many people thinking there is no future. We need to show that we can do much more than what we think. And to have an airplane flying around the world only on hydrogen is a way to make decarbonization and modernization much more exciting. This airplane will fly above a lot of countries that are represented here. It will fly during 9 days around the world. And of course, you might believe that it's completely impossible because there is no hydrogen industry, because nobody produces and uses hydrogen. And you also hear that aviation can never decarbonize. Well, this is exactly why we need to aim for the impossible. And like you heard in the beginning of the film, everything was considered impossible until the moment it was done. So we have to create a wish to use clean fuels, to go and be the impulse for this type of new project, and show that hope is only possible with action. You cannot have hope without action. And this is why today there is so much eco-anxiety and depression. It's because we don't have enough action. And we don't have enough action because until now we did not have enough solutions. So now that we have solutions, we can go into the action. We need the political world to make the incentive, to put the legislation. This is why I'm happy to be here, and I count you all as the co-pilot of this Climate Impulse plane. Because without the political world, nothing will happen. You don't imagine how important you are, because the industry doesn't want to have a distortion of competitivity. They want to have an even play field. They want to have prices that are comparable. They want incentives also for what is not yet profitable, because I gave you the number of solutions that are profitable, but a lot are not yet profitable, and they need to be pushed also by a legal framework, by incentives and subsidies. So you see, maybe you did not know it until now, but you are the adventurers. You are the explorers of the 21st century. And we all count on you to put the legal framework in place to be able to have all these solutions, all these targets reach success. So I'm not going to end up my speech and say thank you for your attention. I'm going to end up my speech saying, please do it. We need it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Picardi, for inspiring us with all the words you have said, but also having seen the work that you have done. And that has showed us that it is possible and we have to step up our effort. And I'm hoping that the opportunities that you have just shared with us will help us to forge a better future for the world, but also for our generations and generations to come. At the same time, we wish you all the best for all the work and the endeavors that you have ahead of you. Colleagues, we will now proceed with our items of the agenda. Item 2 of the agenda is the consideration of the request for the inclusion of an emergency item in the agenda for this assembly. I would like to remind all delegations that we will consider item 2 of the agenda tomorrow at 5 p.m. Please allow me to make some few announcements before we proceed to other items on the agenda. First of all, as it is customary, we shall now go to your contributions that you'll be making to this assembly, but customarily, we have prepared the list of speakers in the general debate with a segment for presiding officers of Parliament, and we are greatly honored that this time the numbers are very high, so we are grateful that you could prioritize IPU's work in your busy schedules. At the same time, we are so happy that actually delegations are from all around the world, and so the world is ably represented in this assembly. Also, I wish to confirm that the procedures have been respected and that the order of speakers, both presiding officers as well as first and second speakers, has been established by the traditional drawing of lots. This list is available for delegations, to all delegations, and it's in the wall, so you can always check. In light of the high attendance of the assembly, your steering committee this morning, we had a meeting and we allocated 7 minutes at the total speaking time for each parliamentary speaker. And also the other delegates who will be taking the floor will be speaking for 6 minutes. And then the young members of parliament who have registered to to participate in the general debate will have 2 more minutes. And the observers will have 3 minutes. I would like to ask all delegations to take these timings into account when you're giving your speeches, because if not, when we cut you short, we don't feel so good because you wouldn't have finished your speech. So please try to make it short and concise within the time allocated to you. I also wish to inform you that as there are still delegations which have not yet registered to speak, we will be keeping the list of speakers open until tomorrow, Tuesday, 15th October, at 12 noon. After that, we will close because we will not be able to allocate time properly. May I ask the Assembly to approve this decision? Thank you very much. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind the delegations that they are entitled to nominate one of their members as the Vice President for the Assembly. So they are going to assist me here to preside. We have already received some interest from some delegations, but some delegations have not indicated. So we would like to have all the indications from your respective delegations. You delegate one person to assist the President of the Assembly, and you'll be given a chance to preside here when I am not in, or even when I'm in, you will be here to assist. Finally, honorable delegates, I wish to inform you that in order to facilitate the work of the Assembly on either side of the stage, there is an usher who will be pleased to transmit any messages that you may wish to transmit, either to myself or to whoever is going to be presiding here in the course of the time, or also to the Secretariat. We'll be ready to hear from you also from what you're going to write to us. So you have before you the list of speakers who have registered so far for the general debate. And finally, I would like to request all of you delegates to respect the speaking time, as I have already indicated. And that said, we will begin now with the list that we have. We will begin with Speaker Mtsweni Tsipane from South Africa. And she will be followed by Speaker Gobash. Speaker Mtsweni Tsipane, you have the floor.
Honorable President of the IPU, Dr. Tulia Ackson, Honorable Presiding Officers, Honorable Members and distinguished guests, I'm deeply honored to address this esteemed Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, as this marks my inaugural participation in the IPU meetings. I extend my heartfelt greetings and best wishes to you all. It is a privilege to participate and engage in the said debate as we promote dialogue amongst our parliaments and seek collective progress and cooperation. Honorable President, the essence of peace lies in cooperation and collaboration amongst diverse nations to achieve our shared interests rather than conflict. Today, we would like to emphasize the role of science, technology, and innovation in advancing these crucial objectives for the benefit of humanity. The health pandemics, including the mpox, have underscored the importance of global cooperation in science and technology and exposed disparities between countries. The uneven distribution of technological development, with global north leading advancement and regulatory decision-making, underlines the necessity for more equity and inclusiveness in global development. It is therefore essential that parliaments of the global north play a vital role in advancing for policies that facilitate technology transfer on mutually agreed terms. This will promote knowledge sharing and reduce the risk of leaving behind majority of developing countries. We'd also like to make humble plea for us to urge our governments to finalize a fair and equitable accord to prevent the recurrence of the socio-economic impact experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable President, women and girls belong in science and technology. As parliamentarians, it is imperative that we work together to dismantle gender inequalities and address hostile work environments. We must also guarantee equal access to investment and opportunities for research and publishing to ensure women and girls reach their full potential. Whilst progress has been made in narrowing differences between girls and boys in school enrollment and performance in subjects such as maths and science, we must acknowledge that much more still needs to be done to involve more girls and women in STEM fields at higher learning institutions. Initiatives such as the African Girls Can Code initiative in South Africa, a collaboration between the government, the United Nations Women, as well as the Siemens, are vital in increasing the participation of young women in coding and technology-driven careers. These initiatives ultimately enhance women's development and participation in tech-related fields. Honorable President, South Africa has made remarkable strides in innovation, science, and technology over the past 3 decades. Notably, Our country has been recognized for its exceptional performance in innovation, particularly in the areas of software spending and patent by origin by the 2023 World Intellectual Property Organization Global Innovation Index. Our collaboration with the World Health Organization to establish local capacity for the development of COVID mRNA technology transfer hubs stands as a testament of our commitment to contribute significantly to global efforts in vaccine development and manufacturing capacity. Additionally, our Department of Science and Technology champions advancement in astronomy, supporting the construction of the Square Kilometre Array project. This, of course, is an ambitious initiative that aims to achieve significant science breakthrough in astronomical sciences. It will address fundamental questions about the origins of the cosmic as well as the evolution of galaxies and black holes over the next 50 years. As a country, we remain committed to enhance our innovation capacity, empowering our research enterprise, and leveraging partnership through science diplomacy. Honourable President, would like to state that artificial intelligence provides humanity with opportunities to address pressing challenges, offering new possibilities in healthcare, environmental sustainability, transportation, and beyond. However, it is crucial to ensure that AI's development and use are guided by regulations. We must enact thoughtful and forward-looking regulations that will harness artificial intelligence potential whilst mitigating potential negative impact. Therefore, honourable members, let us strive to create a regulatory framework that fosters innovation, protects against harm, and promotes the advancement of artificial intelligence for the collective well-being of humanity. As I conclude, Honourable President, we urge members of this Assembly to double our efforts to foster global cooperation, equitable technology sharing, and the inclusion of women and girls in STEM fields. Working together, we can make it possible that the benefits of technological progress are shared by all nations, and that our regulatory framework are ethical and embrace thinking through futures. We therefore look forward and anticipate this progressive engagement that shall engender our shared values, interests, and aspirations. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will go to Speaker Gobach from the UAE, will be followed by Speaker Bila from India.
معالي الدكتورة توليا أكسون رئيسة الاتحاد البرلماني.
Madam President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the Lord's blessings be upon you. I would like, first of all, to take this opportunity to thank the IPU through the President and the Secretariat. I would like to thank you for having organized this assembly. I would also like to congratulate you on this choice of a subject for our general debate, namely science, technology, and innovation. These are indeed the fields that are key to the future of humanity. These are three areas of critical importance as they will stretch all peoples and enable us to reach economic, social, and military security for all. Ladies and gentlemen, science, technology, and innovation are the essential pillars upon which sustainable development and welfare rest. They also provide us with very powerful tools which can help us tackle everything that we face, be it of a natural or unnatural nature. I'm thinking of climate change, food security, and there are many more. We have a shared responsibility. We must recognize that science, technology, and innovation are for everyone. They are not a privilege, but a right. They can provide us with ways of bridging gaps between peoples and not broadening them. And they must help us to ensure that we can strengthen our moral values as individuals and as societies, rather than ignoring those values. When it comes to technological progress, and particularly artificial intelligence, we have unprecedented opportunities to our peoples and our states. We can use these sorts of tools to enhance our scientific and economic development and our ways of tackling environmental problems. We must also bear in mind that all of this involves huge challenges. We must ensure that all development work is carefully monitored so that all of humanity benefits from it. We have to ensure that technological developments do not harm our societies or undermine our human values, that they do not destabilize our countries, be it politically, socially, or economically. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you something about what the United Arab Emirates have accomplished in the area of science and technology, and talk about our investments in this area. I would like to refer to what His Excellency the President of the UAE has said. He said that the ethical and responsible use of emerging technologies will make them a vital tool for sustainable development, security, and well-being. We must all ensure that we work together in order to use AI with a view to meeting the world's challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE have a science, technology, and innovation policy. It covers more than 100 national initiatives in the area of education, health, transport, space, water, as well as energy. Investment in these sectors adds up to some $90 billion. And we are really giving AI and its future a high priority. The UAE has also adopted a charter for the development and use of AI. This is an attempt to ensure that we concentrate on the long-term positive effects of AI and try to mitigate its harmful effects. Ladies and gentlemen, our responsibility as parliamentarians means that we must act with courage, and we must really ensure that we are innovative in our thinking. We must seize the opportunities that are before us, and we must ensure that we meet the challenges inherent to these possibilities. We have to work in a twofold way. First of all, nationally, through legislation, and through ensuring that we adopt the laws that will enable us to ensure that we invest wisely in STI. We must also ensure that we have good governance when it comes to cyber security. We must, secondly, work together on an international scale. We need to ensure that we have a charter that underpins our activities and have a whole set of legislation in order to ensure that we can work together on a global scale. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about energy and what technology can do with respect to a sustainable and peaceful future, does not mean that we can neglect those who live far from peace and those who have no access to either peace or technology. I'm thinking, for instance, of civilians in Palestine and Lebanon, those who have been suffering the effects of war for decades. I would like to take this opportunity to assert the United Arab Emirates' solidarity with the people of that region and ensure that there is a ceasefire in Gaza and Lebanon. We must ensure that there is a two-state solution in Palestine. We would urge that there be an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and in Lebanon, and Resolution 1701 must be fully implemented in order to ensure that there is peace and stability in Lebanon once more. This will enable us to work for stability, peace, and development throughout the Middle East. Madam President, I wish everyone a successful 149th Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from Speaker Bila from India, will be followed by Speaker Big Togo from Cote d'Ivoire.
I extend warm wishes. I extend warm wishes to all of you on behalf of Parliament of India and 1.4 billion people of India at this prestigious Forum of 149th Assembly of IPU. I thank the Chair for according me the opportunity to express your views. Excellencies, in the present time, the life of common man has been made easier through the use of the rapidly changing technology on one hand, while on the other hand, we are facing several changes related to the environment and the climate change. In such a scenario, the effective use of science, technology, and innovation becomes all the more imperative to achieve the goal of global peace, equality, and sustainable development. Excellency, I'm pleased to inform the esteemed Assembly that India has successfully leveraged science, technology, and innovation to bring socio-economic changes in the lives of the people. Excellency, India has set a new world record with the participation of 642 million voters, including 312 million women voters in the 2024 general election held to elect members of Lok Sabha in the Parliament of India. In which there are 212 million voters. The world's largest democracy through the use of technology and electronic voting machine, the general election was concluded at more than 1 billion polling stations by 15 million personnel. Excellency, climate change is the most pressing problem in the world today. Intensive discussions have been held on all aspects pertaining to the issue in the Parliament of India from the time to time. Members of all political parties have participated in these discussions and put forth their views. Lifestyle for the Environment, Life movement launched by our Honorable Prime Minister of India was discussed extensively in P20 summit held in New Delhi. Honorable Prime Minister initiated the idea of one sun, one world, one grid. OSOWOG, in order to address the issue of climate change and energy security. In the last decade, India's renewable energy capacity has increased from 76 gigawatt to 203 gigawatt. Initiative like Green Hydrogen Mission, International Solar Alliance, Biofuel Alliance underline our commitment to address the problem. Excellency, I'm also pleased to inform the Assembly that India has given special incentives to innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship under Startup India. With 118 unicorns, India has become the third largest startup unicorn nation in the world. The valuation of these 110 unicorns is more than US 350 billion US dollars. Unprecedented advancement has been made in the field of digitization of financial services and financial inclusion through JM Trinity of Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile. With 2,790,000,000 transactions made so far in the year 2024-25. Financial benefits of 2,495,000,000,000 INR have been transferred through the debit direct benefit transferred to the bank account of beneficiaries under 314 public welfare schemes. The leverage of technology for delivery of public services and ensuring good governance with transparency and accountability is notable indeed. Excellency, we have developed digital sunset application in order to digitalize the workflow within the Parliament of India, make the Parliament paperless, enhance the efficiency of Parliament by using information technology and artificial intelligence, and also to bring all the stakeholders on a single integrated platform. The documentary, audio and video records of Parliament are being digitized and uploaded on the website of Parliament of India in order to provide easy access to the information pertaining to the Parliament and connect the people with the Parliament through the use of technology. The data is further being made more useful with the help of all features of key words, metadata, advanced search. Utmost use of green technology has been made in the construction of new building of Parliament. Excellency, in the current scenario, all of us face the challenges of establishing an appropriate regulatory system in the field of technology, safeguarding data privacy of citizens, ensuring proper use of AI, and equitable sharing of the benefits of technology. All these issues need to be used in the IPU forum as well as in our respective parliament. The Parliament of India has passed several bills related to the technology, science and environment, such as Digital Personal Data Protection Bill, Telecommunication Bill, Energy Protection Bill, the Biological Diversity Bill, after extensive discussion in the past few years. Excellency, India has always been a strong proponent of multilateralism. G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit was hosted successfully by India in October 2023 on the theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future. The phrase Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means that the entire earth is one family. We, the people of India, consider the world as a family. Thank you.
Now we will listen to Mr. Speaker Big Togo, Speaker from Cote d'Ivoire. Speaker Al-Mandalawi from Iraq will be next.
Excellence.
Your Excellency, Madam Tulio Axon, President of the IPU, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Speakers of Parliament, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to speak before you at this General Assembly being held in this beautiful country that is honoring us to host us for the second time in a row. It is an opportunity for me to congratulate Madam President and the Secretary General of the IPU for the excellent organization of this session. Honorable parliamentarians, this 149th session is being held against a backdrop of an intensification and spreading of armed conflict in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe, and in Africa. We find ourselves at a point in time when the world is also facing the devastating effects of climate change, particularly severe floods and hurricanes. And therefore, our topic for the general debate, which is exploiting science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development, is very relevant. This should be able to create new opportunities, and we should be able to draw on and share our experiences. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we should remind ourselves that we are on the brink of a new era with digitalization, which is rampant. We are seeing new technologies, and these are key instruments to modernize our economies and improve public procurement and also improve our public policies. However, having said that, for us as Africans with a very young population, these technological innovations must be used in certain vital sectors in our countries. And that's why my country, Cote d'Ivoire, under the leadership of our president, Mr. Ouattara, has committed to innovation and new technologies in our development policies in particular sectors such as agriculture, health, education, and security. It is also for these reasons that we have undertaken the commitment to have a policy of information for our young people, because we need to end training for young people, because we need young people with skills. These examples demonstrate the potential of science, technology, and innovation for the development to enable the fulfillment of our populations. At the same time, we need to look at the social impact and consequences from an ethical point of view with regard to new technologies in terms of peace and human life. For instance, we see that there are last generation weapons being used on civilian populations in times of conflict. Therefore, it is urgent that with these technological developments, we need to be aware of the human aspect and humanize what is happening. And it's for this reason that I think that all technological progress needs to be structured. We need legislation which will guarantee a balance between technological innovation and the preserving of values and human rights. To this end, protecting the private sphere and the use of data, fight against digital inequalities are all responsibilities that we as parliamentarians need to focus on in everything we do. Our parliament is doing this in adopting legislation to protect personal data and to fight against cybercrime. Honorable parliamentarians, I am convinced that scientific and technological progress should serve the cause of peace and build social justice and sustainable development for our environment. Therefore, we have national legislation which maximizes the benefits of science and new technologies, at the same time minimizing their risks. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, development of technologies enable us to move forward. However, at the same time, we should not lose sight of the wars that are taking place in the DRC and in Ukraine. While the world is looking for sustainable solutions to these conflicts, at the same time, we are seeing an escalation of violence in the Middle East, particularly with the war in Gaza and in Lebanon. And this could lead to a long-lasting trauma for generations there. These conflicts could lead in a new global order, which could actually threaten the existence of the UN. History teaches us that we should not stop our march towards development. We need to work against this trend or rather, we need to work towards a fairer world. And we can do this through development of science and technology. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is high time that we put an end to hostilities in Gaza and in Lebanon, in Ukraine, and in the DRC. I would like, therefore, to call on all stakeholders to opt for dialogue and for a peaceful settlement of their differences in accordance with international law. I would also like to call upon our international obligations in protecting our environment. I would like to urge to set up a global, fair, inclusive framework for the use of science, technology, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, it is with these words that I would like to conclude my statement, also thanking you for your kind attention, and I would like to wish you every success in our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from Speaker Al-Madalawi from Iraq, then we will hear from Zvidik from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Thank you.
Ms. Tulia Axon, President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliaments, and dear delegates, greetings to you all. At the outset, I wish to extend my deepest thanks and appreciation for giving me the opportunity to talk before this honorable forum and assembly during the 149th session of the IPU Assembly, to discuss the challenges and opportunities that face our union and the international order. We start with the most important challenge, which is achieving peace and security at the international level. This is the cornerstone in order to achieve the remaining goals and objectives of the international community. Our region and the Middle East and the world and the peoples of the world are facing tremendous challenges and threats that threaten our international order. We are facing a global war that could have negative repercussions all over the world. This is a war that we in Iraq have warned against on a number of occasions in international fora. The Zionist entity and its military regime is waging war, committing massacres and displacing women and children and the elderly, destroying housing and the infrastructure in Lebanon and Gaza and throughout the Palestinian territory. This is destroying humanity and causing thousands of casualties. It is also something that led to the violation of international legitimacy. Right now, the Zionist entity is acting outside of the scope of international laws. It has even attacked the UNIFIL, and this is a testament to their violating the international laws. We in Iraq are exerting diplomatic effort, exceptional effort, with the collaboration of all our partners in order to stop the specter of the war. However, the Zionist entity is still working towards war by undermining all diplomatic efforts, by trying to impose their will and dragging the region and the world into war that will affect Iraq, Syria, Yemen. The highest spiritual leader of the Shiite community in the world, Mr. Sistani, who is the symbol of peace in the world, has also been targeted by the Zionist entity. This is a sign of the arrogance of the Zionist entity that disregards all religions and values. This must prompt us to take a number of measures, starting by condemning all the aggressive practices of the Zionist entity and the violations, the blatant violations of international laws and legislations. We must act to put an immediate end to the war in Lebanon and Palestine and stop its widespread and its negative consequences by calling on the Security Council to take the necessary measures in order to achieve an immediate ceasefire and hold the perpetrators accountable and prevent further humanitarian suffering, particularly for the children, women, and elderly. We must remind the IPU through the Committee on the Middle East and the high-level advisory group to combat terrorism and violent extremism. We must call on them to visit Lebanon and Palestine to document the violations that took place there. We must also call for the immediate access to humanitarian aid and assistance for the displaced in Lebanon and Palestine. We call the IPU to strive to criminalize the use of technology during wars, given their negative impact and consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, the efforts of the parliamentarians, members of the IPU, are a necessity. We must shoulder our responsibilities, as this is the cornerstone, in order to find solutions to the major problems that are faced by our world today. Consequently, the biggest responsibility falls upon the United Nations and the Security Council that must work and endeavor to achieve peace, resolve crises, and ensure respect of democracy, human rights. We must work together to put norms in order to ensure that artificial intelligence is being used responsibly and to face the challenges of cybersecurity. In conclusion, the peoples of the world, particularly the peoples of Lebanon and Palestine, are looking forward to the results of this assembly. This is why we must take a firm stance and responsible stance and use every means possible to put an immediate end to the genocide that is being perpetrated against the Palestinian and Lebanese people and allow the immediate access to humanitarian aid in order to save children, women, and the elderly. We must exert additional pressure and foster cooperation between the parliaments of the world. Greetings to you all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we will go to the Speaker of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Vizdik, and we will hear also from the Speaker of Turkey.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the government of friendly countries that provided assistance to Bosnia and Herzegovina, which was hit by terrible natural disasters, in which more than 20 people lost their lives, while hundreds of families were left without their homes. Current damages are estimated at hundreds of millions of dollars. I kindly ask you to inform the government of your countries about this situation and to provide assistance to authorities of the Bosnia and Herzegovina in order to mitigate the consequences of these terrible natural disasters as soon as possible. The people of Bosnia and Herzegovina will be extremely grateful for your support. The topic of this debate is one of the most important issues of our time. How can science, technology, and innovations shape a more peaceful and sustainable future for all of us? In the last 200 years, humanity has witnessed numerous scientific technological discoveries that facilitated development, progress, better healthcare, quality education, and improved living standards. In the last few decades, due to excessive exploitation of resources, ecological destruction, and violation of international law and democratic standards, we are facing numerous challenges today, from climate change to global conflicts, from poverty to inequality. The total amount of drinking water on the planet has fallen below 2.5%. More than 1 billion people lack sufficient access to drinking water. The population is growing, and according to UN predictions, over 10 billion people will live on Earth by 2050, with 60% in cities. Forests and agricultural land are disappearing. Global temperatures are rising, and sea levels are increasing. Hundreds of millions of people live on less than $2 a day. There is a growing number of conflicts, refugees, and migrants. These data show that humanity does not live within the planet's carrying capacity, and that we need global security and reorganization of living conditions, using science, technology, and innovation as the best tool for improving living standards, for planning and building sustainable and green cities, for environmental protection, as well as for a green economy, sustainable agriculture, and developing renewable energy sources such as solar and wind energy, which can reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. However, in this address, I want to focus on the key reason we have gathered here. And in this regard, I will present several proposals. First, through the budgets, Parliament should allocate more funds for the development of science and innovation, as I believe that no country can progress without allocating at least 2% of its GDP to science. For instance, the average investments in science at the EU level is 2.3% of GDP, while the largest world economies invest over 4% of GDP in science. Let our goal, as all member states of IPU, be to initially advocate for at least 1% of GDP to be allocated to science with continuous growth, and the result will be very soon visible. Second, parliaments need to amend and enhance regulations, reducing bureaucracy and enabling easier patent registration and protection of copyright, as well as better conditions for studying and developing research activities and universities. Third, Parliament should establish scientific and technological research institutes, committees, and offices. As a good example for many parliaments is the Center for Innovation in Parliaments, which the IPU established in December 2018. Fourth, Parliament should be part of international multilateral organizations, conferences, and gatherings that address these topics. In this regard, I am pleased that science, technology, and innovation are included as a specific chapter with concrete measures and actions that all countries need to undertake in the Pact for the Future, which was adopted by UN last month during the Summit for the Future. And finally, we all know that parliaments have a crucial oversight role and are mandated to pressure the government to place focus on the science, technology, and innovation. Parliaments need to demand from their governments the creation of policies that will address the challenges of the 21st century, that will adapt to rapid change, and that will protect ordinary people from such change. I remind you of advantages, but also dangers related to development of artificial intelligence. Dear friends, this is the role of parliaments. I see it, and I hope that during the general debate you will accept some of the ideas I have presented in this address, as this is the path to a more peaceful and sustainable future for all of us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Now we will hear from Speaker Kurtulmus, speaker from Turkey, and then, speaker from Turkey first.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues and parliamentarians, it is a privilege to address you on such a critical topic today. Advances in science, technology, and innovation play a significant role for the development of humanity. These developments might unlock innovative solutions in a number of domains, including health, industry, education, and so on, provided they are used for the common good. Scientific progress also has the potential to impact the course of history in the adverse manner. For example, discoveries in the field of nuclear physics remain a stark reminder of this reality. It opened up new horizons, especially in medicine. It also led the invention and proliferation of nuclear arms. Several developments provoked dystopic aspirations. Several others fed hopes for the utopian future where all humankind lives freely and equally with full respect for their rights and dignity in peace and prosperity. In order to reach these goals, science and technology should be fortified by morality and virtue. Without relying on values and ethics, they can bring about material growth, but not peace and tranquility. The knowledge that is not complemented by wisdom holds no value, nor does it render meaningful results. Advancements in the field of science and technology did not and will not suffice to eradicate injustices and inequalities either. Rather, such progress made them magnified and more visible. The digital divide is a striking problem in this regard. Many global South countries, particularly in Africa, are still suffering from a lack of energy infrastructure, let alone having proper connectivity. Dear colleagues, at a point in history when the internet had not yet been invented, artificial intelligence was not even a science fiction story, and sophisticated weapons had not yet appeared in the battlefield, the UN General Assembly, in its resolution 3384 in 1975, proclaimed, I quote, all states shall refrain from any acts involving the use of scientific and technological achievements for the purpose of violating the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of states, interfering in their internal affairs, waging aggressive wars, suppressing national liberation movements, or pursuing a policy of radical discrimination. Such acts are not yet only a flagrant violation of Charter of the United Nations and principle of international law, but constitute an inadmissible distortion of the purposes that should guide scientific and technological developments for the benefit of mankind. End of the quote. However, today, are dismayed by the ongoing artificial intelligence-assisted genocide in Gaza. We are appalled by reports revealing how technology is being intentionally misused by Israel to conduct indiscriminate attacks on civilians. This techno-brutality, which reduces the lives of Palestinians to sole data points, is enough to explain the atrocities and of catastrophic proportions and the scales of mass destruction. We have recently witnessed the booby-trapped pages being denoted by cyber interference targeting many civilians. We must firmly condemn such application of technology. This is not only a legal obligation, but more importantly, a moral one. It is also time to reflect on establishing necessary mechanisms against the misuse of high technology similar to nuclear arm control. Dear colleagues, uncontrolled aggression is now being waged against Lebanon, pushing us closer to a regional war. We must put a stop to this trend, or we risk drifting into a global dystopian autocracy. The catastrophic situation in Palestine is alarming. Tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed. Many more were wounded, went missing or perished under the rubble. Gaza has become a ghost town. Millions have been displaced again and again. We are at the peak point of decades of long occupation, brutality, and denial of inherent interest. Israel's genocidal war against the Palestinian people must stop. The occupation and the colonization of Palestinian land, must end. All hostages and detainees must be released. Access to humanitarian aid must be secured. International Justice Court's decision must be implemented. The two-state solution is the only formula for peace and security in the region. Therefore, recognition of Palestine as an independent, sovereign, and contiguous state on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital must also be supported. The IPU should endorse these messages and principles in order to draw attention to the appalling Israelis' occupation and to make a strong call for peace and two-state solution. The IPU cannot and should not turn a blind eye for a third time on this critical issue. I therefore declare our firm support for the proposal by Palestine and Algeria aiming at bringing up an emergency item on the agenda. I call on delegates to lend their support as well. I thank you so much for your support to the free Palestinian state.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we will end our first session with the Speaker of Slovakia. Mr. Speaker, you have the floor.
Ďakujem pekne. Vážené excelencie, zástupcovia.
Your Excellencies, parliamentarians, dear friends, the development of technology, robotization, and the new industrial revolution all represent major challenges for all countries, including Slovakia. We are a highly industrialized country. Industry makes up a quarter of our GDP, and industry contributes 30% of added value. Therefore, if we do not react to what is happening, there will be economic and social consequences. Artificial intelligence is a paradigm of its own. Revolutionary technologies bring with them both advantages and risks, which represent a major challenge for the world and for society in general. We must rise to this challenge at this critical juncture right now. With the internet and use of artificial intelligence, we are seeing its use expanding very fast. And this is a subject that is a hot topic around the world. The aspects of artificial intelligence are so vast that we don't know what the limits are. We are seeing progress in medicine, in environmental technology, and in agriculture. Furthermore, we are seeing major risks, such as a risk of manipulating consumers, public opinion, elections, violations of civil and political rights, and also a risk that these technologies can be used in military conflicts. What we are witnessing is not just progress, but also a revolution in every sense of the term. All technologies, when they are used and rolled out on a massive scale, are risky. We have seen a dramatic increase in the use of technology, and this has shaken up all of society, including those who've never heard of artificial intelligence or who don't use it. Therefore, we need effective regulation. This is something that is a logical step. In other words, we need to determine what the limits are beyond which artificial intelligence cannot be used, when it would go against ethics and be dangerous. Talking about artificial intelligence, we know that we must be very cautious. We need to be very cautious with artificial intelligence. We need to avoid it falling into the hands of just a few stakeholders, be it governments or corporations. Thus, we need to act ahead of time before AI gets out of hand and when it is difficult to distinguish reality from what is fake. We need to work at a global level and an institutional level to these ends in the interest of stemming the risks. Digitalization and protection of personal data, research and innovation are all issues crucial for the EU, and the Slovakian government and parliament are busy discussing these issues. The parliament plays a very important role in these discussions, furthermore, because we represent the voice of the general public. The current situation means that we need to be both prudent and flexible. Science, technology, and innovation are currently upending our society, and we need to react to these changes with targeted investment and regulation. Logically, investment and development are a challenge for regulation. Nonetheless, we are monitoring what is happening. As we see it, the General Assembly of the IPU is a very good forum for a serious discussion on these issues. I'm the last speaker before lunch. Therefore, I would like to wish you all a very pleasant lunch and an excellent rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we are going to continue with the general debate later in the day after our lunch break. But let me mention some names of the speakers that will be following up on the list. And whoever, the Deputy President of the Assembly who is going to assist me here will be calling the names of those first. So we have Speaker Sama from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Then we have Speaker Benjamin Kalu from Nigeria. Then Speaker Nadir from Guyana, Speaker Gafarova from Azerbaijan, Speaker Katyavivi from Namibia, Speaker Dlamini from Eswatini, and then we will continue calling the other speakers. So, bon appetit, see you later. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all? Yes? Okay. Then I guess we're all right. Must have been her headphones.
Yeah, it's fine.
Good.